Good morning, Commissioner, Council. Our witness this morning is Mr. Marco Odie. And if the court reporter could please affirm him.
And Mr. Audi, I'm just going to ask you to affirm your evidence, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Odie, just to cover a bit of your background, educational work history, just to begin. I understand that you have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from McMaster University, from which you graduated in 1985. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've been employed by the City of Hamilton and its predecessor entity, the Regional Municipality of Hamilton-Wentworth, since 1991. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were the project manager of the Special Projects Office from 1991 through 2000. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And am I right that among other things included the design and construction of the Lincoln Alexander Parkway?
That's correct.
And as well which was completed in 1997, and as well the link extension to Mud Street that was completed in 1999.
That's correct.
Okay, and then you were and in that position, am I right that for the entirety of that time you reported directly to Mr. Gary Moore?
That's correct.
Okay. And then from 2001 to maybe the end of 2002, am I correct that you were the project manager in the design and construction office?
Correct.
Okay, and what were your primary roles and responsibilities in that position?
After the region and city had amalgamated, our special projects office was disbanded. So this section delivered the normal capital construction, which involved road, sewer, sidewalk, water main, sewers, bridges, retaining walls. So I was working in that section till, actually, I believe till the spring of 2003.
Spring of 2003? Okay.
Yeah.
And am I correct that in that position, during that time, you were not reporting to Mr. Moore, it was to someone else?
That's correct.
And who did you report to during that time, if you recall?
Jerry Parasota was the manager of construction, and Gary Moore at that time was the manager of design.
So you were reporting to Mr. Parasota?
Correct.
Okay. And then when in 2003 did you join the Red Hill Valley Parkway project office?
It was the spring. I can't recall the exact month, but in spring of 2003, I joined the Red Hill Valley project office. Correct.
Okay, project office. And at that point, you were back to reporting directly to Mr. Moore?
Correct. Gary was still the manager of the design for the normal capital projects, but he was also the manager of, I guess you'd say, design and construction of the Red Hill Valley project.
Okay. And were you dedicated full-time to the Red Hill Valley Parkway project while you were assigned to the project office?
Yes.
Right. And back in the 90s, when you were in the special projects office, were you exclusive to the link and the link extension, or were there other projects as well during that time?
To the best of my recollection, it was just the link and its associated projects.
Okay. And then after the Red Hill project was completed, am I correct that beginning in March 2009, to January 2016, you became the senior project manager of the construction office?
Correct.
And who did you report to at that time?
Back to reporting to Jerry Perisotto.
Okay. Was that for the entire time period?
Yes.
And did you report at all to Mr. Moore indirectly or no?
Gary was I believe it was 2008 when they created engineering services. So whatever we were called before now became engineering services. Gary was a successful applicant as the director. So Jerry reported to Gary, and so I reported to Gary indirectly.
Indirectly, okay. And then since January 2016, that's when you became the manager of construction and engineering services, is that right?
That's correct.
So I guess that was that Mr. Perisotto's former position?
Yes, it was.
I see. And is that the position you occupy today?
Yes.
Registrar, if we could go to overview document 3, image 10. I'm just going to go to, this is the Red Hill Valley Parkway project charter. And it begins at paragraph 17. This is the March 25, 2000. Yeah, thank you. Leave 11 as well. I appreciate that. It's dated March 25, 2003. And it sets out the roles and responsibilities of staff involved in the Red Hill Valley Parkway planning and construction. That's out the individuals at that time who were involved in it. So with the date of March 25, 2003, is that you referred to the spring? So would it be correct, since you're listed there, that you would have at least started by that point on the Red Hill Valley Parkway project?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And at the bottom of image 11, and if maybe we could move it, put up 11 and 12, because Mr. Odie's description continues on to the following page. 11 and 12. Yeah, at the bottom of 11 and top of 12, it refers to you as the senior project manager and sets out your role and responsibilities overall. Does that accurately set out your job at the time?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And generally speaking, does it also accurately set, this document accurately set out the roles and responsibilities of the other individuals listed?
Of the individuals that are listed, yes.
I appreciate, for example, that the project sponsor, Mr. Crockett, he moved on and was at some point was no longer part of the project, but the positions themselves and the individuals listed at that time are accurate, yes?
That's correct. Our communications officer had changed, and then I believe it was in 2004, an environmental coordinator was also added to the project team.
Oh, I see. Who was that?
The environmental coordinator was Jim Rockwood.
Right. Okay. And just generally speaking overall, during the Red Hill, and I say the Red Hill, I'm talking about the Parkway or the RHVP or Red Hill Valley Parkway, but during the construction, both grading and paving, how much were you on site as project manager? Was it daily?
Not necessarily. I was out in the field quite a bit. I might. It just depended what challenge needed to be addressed at the time. But I was out in the field quite often, but not necessarily every day.
Okay. Be fair to say most days, but not every day. There might be days when nothing was going on that you needed to be there, but most days were you on site?
Oh, no, if there was things going on, I wasn't, we had a team of consultants that was looking after each section. So, so it wasn't that there were sometimes times of not much going on, but I just didn't necessarily go to the site every day.
Okay. Most days?
But most days, yes.
All right. And during the lead up to and then the paving itself, we know the paving began at the end of May of 2007. In the lead up and then during the paving, what were your day-to-day responsibilities? What kind of things were you doing?
Sorry, in relation to the paving contract or to the overall project?
No, the paving contract in the lead. Yeah. So just in the lead up to and then during the paving itself. Maybe we can separate it out two ways. So after the with respect to the paving contract, in the months leading up to the beginning of paving and then the paving itself.
Well, we would have monthly site meetings with the contractor, and if required, any of their subcontractors, as well as any of our consultants that needed to be added. But usually we had sort of throughout the entire project had fostered a really everyone had to work together to make the project successful. So we weren't so my typical day would be back then I didn't have a BlackBerry, a smartphone. It was just basically a flip phone. I did have a laptop though, so if you would check emails maybe in the morning, if you needed to go by the office, pick up whatever, go out to the site, see what was going on. So a lot of our interaction was done in person. If there was something that needed to be dealt with, we wouldn't wait and say, okay, it's okay, I'll meet you there at this time. We dealt with it. And then, paperwork, emails, whatever, if required, would then be sent. So maybe during the day to catch up, there was dial-up internet connection. So, we had site trailer that our consultants were using. We, would check emails maybe at that point, maybe at the end of the day. So, it was sort of, if it's urgent, call me. And if I'm busy in a meeting, I won't pick up the phone because it's the ringer set to silent. Leave me a message and I will get back to you. If you send me an email, I wouldn't necessarily address it till the next day. So it was just depending. It was at that point though, it was more of a normal project. It was just going through the, I believe we had started paving in May with the, the base asphalt. There's all the different layers, the rich bottom mix, the SP25 that went down, the SP19, and then the surface asphalt, either SMA or Super Pave 12.5 SC2.
Right, and just to place in time was the end of May. Off the top of my head, I'm thinking May 27th was when the RBM began to be laid down, and then the SMA began on August 1st and completed on or about the 13th of August. That's the time frame of the actual paving placement that we're talking about.
Okay.
So you described your, email and phone practices, and is it fair to say that you were from the city's perspective, and I know you had consultants and a bunch of them working with you for you. Were you overseeing the day-to-day construction as the city's representative?
I was definitely the city contact for the construction. Jim was the contact for our environmental management plan, making sure.
That's Jim Rockwood?
Yes, I apologize. Yes, for making sure that we're adhering to our the policy that had been committed to. And that was the idea of the fostering the team, is that, it's kind of like, when you create an ISO standard and you say, this is what we said we're going to do. Now we're making sure we're doing it. So, but despite what Chris Murray will tell you, I was not the person who built Red Hill my own. We had a great team of consultants and contractors that worked together to make it a successful project.
Oh, I get that. Number one, you weren't on the tools, you weren't placing the gravel, you weren't placing the asphalt, and you weren't doing any of that stuff. Nonetheless, I just want to confirm that with the assistance of consultants who were also, of course, involved, that you were, from the city's perspective, you were on a day-to-day basis overseeing the construction. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And during construction, how often would you typically speak with or meet with Mr. Moore? We'll start with. And how often would he be on site?
Gary, not often. I would definitely see Gary at our team meetings, which I believe we held I believe they were every 2 weeks, and those would have been back at our offices at the city center.
And those are the internal SIT meetings of the people on the project team.
Correct.
Okay, sorry, go on. Yeah. Okay, so you'd see him at the meetings. So how often would Mr. Moore be on site? Those are off-site meetings.
Sorry. I apologize. Sorry. Gary, I don't recall Gary being on site very often. I would keep him in the loop if he asked questions. Sorry, my lights just went out, so I think I have to wave. I apologize. Otherwise, they won't come back on. Here we go. Love technology. Love technology. My apologies. So Gary would only be if he wanted to see, and I can't recall if when we were putting down the rich bottom mix, if he came out. I can't recall when we were doing the SMA test strip if he came out, but he would just come out occasionally. Gary basically trusted us. Gary and Chris trusted us to do our jobs.
All right. And at what sort of point would you bring Mr. Moore into the loop on what sort of issues?
I would bring Gary and Chris into the loop if there was something we had. But at this point, sorry, your question is regarding at paving, correct?
Yeah.
Not the overall project?
Yeah, just paving right now, but but we can broaden it as well. I'd like to do that. I wanted to sort of take it in chunks, but go ahead.
Yeah. In terms of the paving, unless there was something really that I needed his assistance for or his technical guidance, but that's why we had Golders on site. So not very much at that point while we were paving with Gary. Okay.
And what about Mr. Murray then? We know that he left shortly after the paving began in mid-June of 2007. So why don't we talk about prior to the paving, because you were distinguishing between that with Mr. Moore. What sort of was his level of day-to-day involvement? How often do you communicate with him?
Again, I'm not sure if you're aware of I'm sure you're aware of the controversial history with Red Hill. It wasn't just about building, an expressway. It was also building 7 kilometers of natural channel creek construction, which, probably about 4 kilometers of it wasn't even in the road right of way. It was out through the original corridor through Kings Forest Golf Course and in behind Rosedale Arena. So that's why it was called the Red Hill Valley Project, not just the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
More than just a road?
Yes, you've seen our logo when they created it. So it was, it was a great project. There was we had people who were obviously opposed to it. And again, that goes back to, the city did the whole due diligence, did the redesigns to make the project more environmentally friendly. We also installed a combined sewer overflow pipe system that ran from King Street and tied into the water treatment plant. Instead of building 3 separate CSO storage tanks, which if the Parkway had never gone ahead, we would have had to dealt with that. Instead, we built one, if you want to call it a super pipe, at 1/3 of the cost, basically, you know. So there was a lot of things going on. So at the very start of the project, there was probably lots of phone calls with Gary, Chris, because we had protesters on site occupying things as we were going through contracts. So it was all just very quick pace, lots of things going on. But again, it was the, you know, the phone calls, we deal with things, we meet right away, lots of strategy meetings in terms of how to deal with, you know, the different challenges that came up at the project. And then after about, you know, it might have been near the end of 2004, as you know, because this, as you realize, this project was built in stages. We built and tendered what we could in 2003, getting the necessary permits. 2004, we started the grading contracts, and that was broken into 3 different sections. So by the end of 2004, the creek, I'm trying to remember, portions of the natural channel creek construction were happening. The escarpment cut at the top was done. The Rennie Street landfill, we had to remove a portion of it and install a leachate collector system, was done. And the big thing is the Ministry of Transportation started their pre-work out with because the ministry was responsible for tying in, for doing the connection of the Red Hill Valley Parkway to the QEW. So they rebuilt the QEW between Burlington Street to approximately Centennial Parkway. Once that started, the public eye, and we were done most of the controversial things. You know, water was in portions of the new creek. All the permits, everything's placed. Then it switched back from this controversial project to more, well, it's happening now. And well, when's it going to open? I don't think, unless people were really adjacent to it and were cognizant of the project, you know, most people didn't even know we were working within the valley, you know, proceeding with the whole work.
Okay, so there's a lot in there, and just to unpack a little bit of it, as you indicated, there were the grading portion, and was tendered in different sections, in 3 different sections, and those tenders. This is in the overview document 3 as well, but those were issued in 2004 and one of them in 2005, I believe, and then that grading work continued. Is that right? Through 2005 and 6.
I believe we had 2 early grading contracts were done a little earlier. A third one came out a little later in 2004. And then the one in 2005 was basically completing the very north end, completing the creek work through that section and building another structure over top Red Hill. So yeah, it was Red Hill Creek there to the sorry, I'm getting my bearings here. The lake is north in Hamilton. I was born and raised in Hamilton, worked in Toronto 3 years. It really messes up your geography. So the landfill was to the west of the Parkway. So there are structures through there that were part of that 2005 grading contract. So it really wasn't a grading contract. It was more of a creek and bridge contract.
Okay, right. And if we could go just to cover this off to image 24 and 25 and OD3. Paragraph 48. The last one you were talking about is in 48D on image 25. Is that the one you're talking about, the northernmost section?
Correct.
Okay. And the other ones having been issued in 2004. And those were executed by the first one in paragraph A by ACON, and that's the southernmost portion. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then the other ones by Dufferin, right?
You know what? I believe Dufferin was the low bidder on all the remaining contracts. Well, sorry,
Yeah.
there was another one, but it was to relocate Nash directly onto Brampton, and that was another contractor, but it wasn't working within the valley portion of the project.
Okay, but for the mainline grading contracts, as I said, it was ACON was the one, had the southernmost one, and Dufferin was the low bidder and executed the other three. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so if we talk about then, just to come back to it, appreciating the earlier, as you said, the controversial issues, but in terms of construction, whether you can tell me if it's different during grading or paving, but what sort of, on those mundane, as we could call it, construction issues rather than the controversial ones you're speaking of, what kind of things would you bring Mr. Moore into the loop on if you're executing the day-to-day?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah. During the actual construction, you were distinguishing between the things that were going on earlier that were controversial, environmental issues and protesters and so forth, which was sort of a different animal. But during the actual construction, whether it's the grading or the and the structures and then the paving, what sort of issues would you bring Mr. Moore into the loop on? What was your practice, generally speaking?
If there was something that I needed his technical guidance on, I would, but you know, there really wasn't anything that came up during the execution of the grading contracts that that needed to really be discussed with Gary. They were, you know, so going back to your comment is, yes, if you just looked at the construction, they were more just regular construction. It was the other things that made it a different atmosphere.
Okay, so principally at your bi-weekly meetings, is that when you would, for the most part, keep Mr. Moore and Mr. Murray updated?
Generally, but again, if something came up, we didn't wait for the bi-weekly meeting. Like similar to our contracts, we wouldn't wait because we had monthly site meetings. So we wouldn't wait to the meeting to discuss issues. Normally, any issues that came up in between were dealt with right away, immediately. The ones that could be, the ones that needed more time, you know, to look at, because, you know, so, you know, in the old days, when we didn't have all this technology we have, everyone was a little more cognizant that sometimes, you know, you need time to think about things. It wasn't the case when we were building the paving contract, but so again, if something came up, we dealt with it. We never waited till a meeting to discuss something. Usually at our site meetings or even our team meetings, you know, they already knew what had happened. So, you know, it was either a recap of that. At our team meetings, though, you know, at the time, I would be updating, it was probably on a monthly basis. Here's how we're doing on the contract. This is where I'm forecasting how much money is going to be left, you know, because we were tracking to see, you know, are we on budget? Do we need more funds? Those type of things. But that's just normal project management.
And
if you want to call it that.
All right. Am I correct that technical and engineering questions and decisions, that those would lie during the construction of the Red Hill, those decisions would lie with you and Mr. Moore? Is that right?
Well, again, we had 3 consultants, and each of them had a portion of the freeway design. So the same consultants who designed it were the same consultants in the field. So if we needed clarification, I wouldn't be I'm going to go ask Gary, who goes ask, McCormick, Stantec, or Phillips. It was, no, our site reps deal with your people. Let's get this solved. Do we need a new drawing? Not that that happened, but we had that relationship, right? So
consultants recommend things. I get that. And you had lots of consultants, I understand.
Correct.
But if a decision needed to be made and direction was being given to the consultants or to the contractors and so forth, I just, in terms of the city folks that were working, am I correct that those technical and engineering issues lay with you and Mr. Moore and not Mr. Murray? Is that right?
Yeah, definitely not with Mr. Murray, and making the overall decision, yes, would lie with myself or Gary. And then again, depending what happened, if it needed a city decision, sometimes there's, this rebar needed to be changed in the structure. They weren't waiting for our approval. The drawing was issued or it was revised in the field, and then the drawing was revised, right? So do you know what I mean by that? So there wasn't this, yes, every single decision Gary and I had to make.
I understand the contractor has their job to do, and there's certain things that are just part of the execution of the contract.
Correct. And the consultant, who were our contract administrators, could give them direction, but we were always on the same page. So if the contractor brought up an issue, it's not like, you're not going to be able to pit, in a typical thing, do they pit the owner against the contract administrator? It's like, no, it's like all decisions were made with everyone being aware of them, or the people that needed to be aware were aware.
Yeah, and the contract administrator, just so we're clear, that was Phillips for the paving phase.
Correct.
And we'll get to this, but you referred to the consultants who had done the design, that the actual paving tender was broken up into three sections, which were Stantec did one for the design, and Phillips did the second, and McCormick Rankin the third. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, we'll get to those specifically, just so since you referenced them, so we know who we're talking about. Now, as I said, Mr. Murray left for another position within the city in mid-June, just a couple of weeks after, in June 2007, a couple of weeks after the actual paving commenced, and we will get into specifics, but once the paving had begun and he leaves, did anything materially change after that in terms of how you and Mr. Moore were running things, were executing the project?
No, not to the best of my recollection.
And I anticipate that Mr. Murray may testify that once he assumed his new position, he'd had no involvement with the Red Hill construction. Does that accord with your recollections?
If we ever needed to reach out to Chris, I knew he would always make himself available. So,
do you recall ever doing so?
I know I didn't connect with Chris, but in terms of when it came to the opening, Chris was there as well. He was an integral part of getting this whole project going, but I myself didn't contact him about any issues about the paving or the construction. At that point, it was just getting it ready to, to get done and open to the general public.
Right. And I mean, at that point, it's just to put it in general terms, it's technical and engineering execution at that point and paving. And that's not really what you would expect Mr. Murray to have been involved in at that stage in any event. Is that fair?
Again, we would just keep Chris aware of anything so that, he was also the person at council doing any reporting. So whatever information Chris needed, we provided for him.
Right, I get that, but when I asked if anything materially changed after Mr. Murray left, he said, well, not really. I take from that again, aside from keeping Mr. Murray informed, when you're at that type of in that construction phase, that his involvement would have been, aside from keeping him informed and so forth, would have been quite limited. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And prior to construction, there was, of course, the asphalt specifications. We're talking about paving, but the asphalt specifications had to be developed and issued. And did you work on the paving specifications for the tender with Dr. Uzorowski?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll get to some more specifics with that, but that was part of your, I'll back up. We'll talk about the development of the pavement structure and so forth, but in terms of actually getting them into those specifications into the tender documents, that is something that you were involved with.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, going back further, I'd like to talk about the design phase for the Red Hill, and in your project, Red Hill Valley project description, it talks about being involved in the final detail, well, from the preliminary engineering to the final detailed design and administration of the design and construction services for the delivery of the various facets of the project. But we know that design went back quite a bit further than your joining the actual Red Hill Valley project team in 2003, as you described. So the inquiry's received various preliminary design reports for the Red Hill. And if we could go to overview document 3.1, registrar. And specifically image 4. And paragraph 4. And it refers to a preliminary design report was prepared on January 31st, 1990 for the whole connection between Highway 403 and the QEW. So what at that time was the entire project that became the link and the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And this precedes your involvement and employment with the city and Hamilton Wentworth. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Nonetheless, I take it, given your involvement, it's a document that you were familiar with over the years.
Yes, I was aware of it. Yes.
Okay. And just briefly, what's a preliminary design report for? What's its purpose?
Basically, it sets out your design parameters for, so what you would now take the information in preliminary design report. It sets those design parameters that you'd use now to complete the detailed design of the project.
Okay. And at the time, back in 1990, the contemplation was for a six lane highway. Is that right?
On the north-south portion, yes. The link. Well, actually, I have to really think back. It's been a long time since
it has been a long time.
Yeah. No, but it's I believe the original intent was to, because again, when they got approval for the expressway, or the thought of it, it was, and basically this was a highway to service the city of Hamilton. Not I believe in the 50s, regional government didn't exist. And the plan was to build a highway through the valley, and then connect to an arterial road on the escarpment. So that's your connection. Once you get up to the top of the escarpment, go to the west to connect to the 403, because back then the ministry had, it was Centennial Parkway and Rymel Road were ministry roads that were never intended to be upgraded to freeways. So I can't recall, I'd have to actually read the report, but the east-west portion might have been shown, but probably by the time they did this, it had been decided. The original intent, I'm sorry, I'm just giving you the history.
Yeah.
But what happened was the original intent was to build an arterial road across the mountain and then upgrade it to an expressway when volume warranted. And by the time this was built, I believe there was a cost benefit analysis to show here would be the cost if you were to build it as an arterial, and then come back and move it to an expressway, or here's the cost savings given where you are at this point in time to build it expressway day one. So you're right. The answer, I think, I apologize for the long-winded answer, but it's 6 lanes. The original intent was 6 lanes plus a truck climbing lane from Green Hill to Dartnell, and then 2 lanes in each direction on the east-west connection to the 403.
Okay, and I think that's what it indicates in paragraph 5 there. It provided for 6 basic lanes between Dartnell Road and the QEW. And then you say 4 on the east-west portion of it. And you referred to the climbing lane south of Green Hill on the north-south portion. Okay.
Correct.
And if we could go to Hamilton 8905, which is the 1990 preliminary design report, in image 6. And this is a very, very overview, large scale overview location plan, and showing both the east-west portion, which became the link, and the north-south, which became the Red Hill. And on the Red Hill portion, it indicates that there will be interchanges located at starting at the south, where part of the north-south section at Mud Street, Green Hill, King, Queenston, Barton, and the QEW. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And those are the locations of the interchanges on the north-south Red Hill Parkway portion that were eventually built. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And okay, we can pull that off. Thank you. And go back to 3.1, OD 3.1, image 5, please. And there were revisions to the preliminary design report in 2003. Do you recall that?
I recall the process going on, yes.
Okay. And of course, by that point, the link and the link extension had been built, as we discussed. And so these iterations of the preliminary design report are specific to the Red Hill Valley Parkway. you said you were familiar with the process that was occurring. Did you have any involvement in the drafting of the 2003 preliminary design reports?
No,
Okay, not at all. It was something that you received, but were not involved in the creation of. Is that right?
that's correct.
Okay. And who was involved in the drafting of it, to your knowledge?
Do you mean all the players, or?
Well, let's start with the city, with the people in the city. Who are the city people that were involved in it?
I believe it was Gary Moore and Chris Murray.
Okay. And what about, you said others, so consultants, presumably?
Correct.
All right. Do you know who those were?
Specifically, I believe it was Stantec, McCormick, and Phillips. I'm not 100% sure about Stantec at this point. But I know definitely McCormick and Phillips, because Phillips had the expertise to do the natural channel creek construction.
Okay. And if we could call it footnote 11 at the bottom of the page, there's a couple of iterations of the 2003 preliminary design report. There was one from February 25th, 2003, and from February 2003, February 25th, and then the one in November 2003. And Commissioner, for the record, there's discussion of the February 2003 preliminary design report as well in overview document 3, paragraph 20, where it's discussed as well. And there's an email between Mr. Moore and Mr. Murray about that. And is that February 2003? That's prior to your joining the Red Hill project? Is that correct? To your recollection?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, you described the general purpose of the preliminary design report. Is this these preliminary design report drafts, are these the things that you followed in terms of in the way that you described on a go forward basis?
Well, once I joined, we were then into the point where we were doing the detailed design of each contract. So I was aware of the changes that had been made to the project, and now we were just doing the contracts and preparing the tenders so that we could then go and build those different portions of the project.
Okay. And do you know if there was a final? These are indicated to be drafts. Do you know if the preliminary design report, if there was a final one issued?
I can't recall.
Okay. Are you not aware of one, or you just can't recall?
I'd be speculating giving an answer. It's like I'm sure we finalized it at one point, but again, construction started, and apologize for the wave.
We can take that as your apology in advance every time the lights go off.
Okay, thank you.
We'll understand what it's
I would try and move my chair and wave, but then you'd think that I'm having a seizure or something like that. Anyway, I'm sorry, what, I forgot. Can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, whether the preliminary design reports were ever produced in a final form rather than a draft form.
Yeah, I can't say for certain if they ever were. It wasn't part of my duty to finish that report.
Okay. And whose responsibility would that have been? Would that be Mr. Moore and Mr. Murray, or one of them?
Could have been either. They could have maybe had Jennifer. I'm speculating, but it could have been Jennifer. Sorry, Domenico. It could have been any one of those three people.
Okay. And if we go to image 7. In paragraph 16, and you'll see there were a couple of sections from a titled the Red Hill Valley Project Design Report produced to the inquiry, and sections 1 and 2, which are cited in footnote 19, if you could call that up, footnote 19. Which are sections 1, which is simply the introduction, and 2, engineering design. And that's all we've received. First of all, a design report. Is that a different than a preliminary design report?
I'm not sure.
Were you involved in drafting this at all? The design report?
I don't believe so.
Do you recall what the process was? Do you recall the document at all?
Vaguely, but yeah, no, just vaguely. I mean, and from my perspective at that point, I mean, we're paving, the project's coming to an end, right?
Right. Well, not quite paving, but by January 31st, 2006, the paving tender had been issued.
Correct.
Sorry, was about to be issued. I apologize. About to be issued.
Sorry, January. Yeah, sorry. I was looking at the, sorry. Yes, you're correct.
Yeah, so the paving tender was short.
We're getting ready to put it out. You're correct.
Yeah. And the grading contract, they'd already been issued, and I think largely completed by that point. Is that right?
Except for the ones to the north with or the grading had been done, but the CSO pipe work had maybe not been completed, the final commissioning, things like that. And any restrictions that we needed to make bidders aware would have been put into the paving tender.
Okay, so, but if I've understood you correctly, your recollections of the design report are vague at best. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you know if a complete design report was, if it was finished and finalized?
I don't know.
Okay. If we could go to back to image 6. And paragraph 12. So the November 2003 preliminary design report iteration provided for a design speed of 100 kilometers an hour and a posted speed of 90 kilometers an hour. Is that something you recall?
Yes, and that was the same parameters in the original 1990 report.
Right, goes back to them.
Correct.
And so in answering my question then, you didn't have any involvement in that case in setting the design or posted speeds, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then with respect to the detailed design, which you referred to, if we go to paragraph 17, We know that, sorry, paragraph 17, image 8, yes. Maybe put up 8 and 9, please, images 8 and 9. So detailed design drawings had to be completed for the paving, correct? For the paving tender?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
And as indicated in paragraph 17 is what we talked about before. It was divided up into 3 parts plus a 4th, which we'll get to, but the part A for the detailed design was done by Stantec, and that was Mud Street to south of Green Hill. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then Phillips did part B from south of Green Hill to Queenston Road.
That's correct.
And then part C was by McCormick Rankin from Queenston Road to the QEW interchange. Not the interchange itself, but because that was the MTO, but up to the interchange. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then there's part D, and all of these form part of the tender for the paving, which is for the entire length of the Red Hill, to do with signage, pavement marking, stormwater management, landscaping details for the entire project. Is that right?
That's correct. There was one form of tender. This is how the drawings were set up. It was set up so that these were approximately 11 by 17 contract books that were prepared for each different sections, and it made sense to split it up by which consultants had designed it. And I believe for the tender of the paving contract, Stantec was the lead, gathering everybody's specifications, putting it all together. I'd be reviewing it, and then if there were any questions during the tender, the city staff would then speak with the Stantec representatives to clarify any questions.
All right, and the parts, you refer to being one form of tender. It was one tender rather than being broken up, but these were the sections in which the components of that tender were divided.
Correct.
Okay. And Commissioner, just for reference, in OD3, the date of the tender at paragraph 52 was April 25th, 2006, with a closing date of May 25th, 2006. And if we could call up footnotes 21 to 24. Yeah, thank you, on image 8. And there were the contract drawings, the ones that were marked, that were part of the tender, were marked for tender. You're familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. And this is the more detailed design that follows the preliminary design reports that you described?
Correct.
And I'm not going to take you through all the drawings. And when you referred to the 11 by 17, you're actually talking about the dimensions of the drawings. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there were also 4 construction versions of each of the portions, 4 construction drawings that were issued. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And so starting with the 4 tender drawings, overall, from reviewing them, not all the drawings have a date, but were they done, the 4 tender drawings, were they done in early 2006? Obviously prior to the tender being issued, but is that when they were done, in early 2006? Do you recall?
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, yes.
And in terms of the 4 construction drawings, do you know when those were done or issued?
The actual date, I
No,
wouldn't be
but
able to tell you. I can give you a general.
yeah, just give me your general recollections. Because, and also, are there material differences? Maybe you could deal with those together between the 4 tender and 4 construction documents.
So the ones issued with the tender would, most of the consultants, it depended which consultant, some would stamp the drawings, but not sign the tender drawings. Some would not stamp or sign the drawings. During your tender period, which ours were out for a minimum of 4 weeks, and we also pre-qualified all the bidders using the ministry, it's called the ministry RAQ system, which basically we would ask for different ratings in grading, paving, structures. So only the form of tender was only sent to the qualified bidders. Now, once tender closed, we have someone on board. Now the consultants, if there were any revisions during the tender to the drawings, we should have, I hope we did, that we updated the drawings so that it had the anything that came out as addendums, and all the consultants signed and sealed the drawings. So that's the difference between your issued the tender set versus the 4 construction drawings.
Are you aware of any material differences between the 4 tender and 4 construction drawings?
I can't recall any major changes.
Let me just make sure I understand what you're saying, Mr. Odie. There were tender documents. If there were addenda, they would, obviously the addenda would be issued. And then the addenda were incorporated into the documents to produce the final construction documents. Is that?
Well, the question I was asked was about the drawings. So
right.
If there were changes during the tender that required revised drawings,
Right.
that revised drawing would be in the issued for construction set with the appropriate stamp, if a stamp was required. There were also changes to the specifications. So those, we didn't rewrite the entire specifications, but those would have been included at the, with the, because when we say the tender documents, it's the contract specifications plus the drawings.
Yes.
Did that clarify?
So the construction, the construction drawings, though I think I understand, were issued at the end of the process, of the tender process.
Yeah, the issued for construction drawings and the specifications were only given to the successful bidder.
Yes.
We would then also give them here, how many full-size sets of drawings would you like, which are approximately 2 feet by 3 feet? How many small sets would you like? Because the drawings also contained not only the drawings of the Parkway. Our tenders were done similar to the MTO style. So we had something called quantity sheets in there. Mm-hmm. So those are sort of a formalization of the quantities for each item you're building so that you can go and see, where does this culvert go? Where does this pipe go? Where does the guide rail go? So does that help or
yes, yes.
Or am I just making it more confusing?
No, I understand. Thank you.
And from our review of the 4 construction, I mean, it's not they don't appear to be entirely consistent throughout, but a lot of them have a June 2006 stamp on them, which I think is consistent with what you were talking about after that they'd be stamped or issued for construction after the completion of the tender. Is that right?
That's correct.
After it closed?
After it closed, yeah.
Okay.
And after it's closed and awarded, right?
Right. Now, and if I understand you correctly, that you don't recall that there were any really material differences in between the for tender and the for construction versions. Is that right?
Of the drawings, yes.
Of the drawings.
Yeah, correct, yes.
Okay. All right. And so, and I understand that you've been involved in searching for what are called as-built or as-constructed drawings. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And I'll probably use the term as constructed, but sometimes people use as built. Those are the same things, right? Those are intended to show what was actually built, right?
correct.
Okay. And these have not made their way yet into the database, Commissioner, but the city did recently produce some drawings marked as constructed that pertain to Part A, which is the Stantec part, and Part D, which is the overall markings part of the drawings, if I could call it that, but not for anything else. And so were you involved in the process of locating these documents?
I know I was asked, and I know we didn't formally, again, this, I believe I had asked the consultants to get whatever information I had, and I think I had asked the consultants, I vaguely recall getting whatever information from them. Whatever I had, I gave to our geomatics and corridor management section to input into our records.
You mean after the completion of construction?
Oh yeah, probably probably could have been even like a year or two after we were done. Like we didn't have a formal process of saying, okay, I'm now going to take the 4 construction drawings and get them marked up and resent in. Again, a lot of this project when we started was paper-based. You went from hand drawing to Leroy drawing. By the time we were in the 2000s, everyone was using computer-aided design drawings. So I do recall getting some, I believe they were PDFs, as-built drawings, and I did request from the consultants, from the 3 of them, to get their CAD versions of the paving contract, which would maybe help us in the future if we were ever doing contracts. So all that information was given to our to the section within engineering services that would then whatever, scan, document, put it in our drawing repository. I think it's called SPIDER, which stands for Spatial Index Engineering Reports.
But again, you are, if I understand you correctly, you're talking about back in perhaps 2008, 2009, post-construction, but
Correct.
years ago. Okay.
Correct.
So a couple of things. Do I understand you correctly in saying that you do not think that complete as built or as constructed drawings were completed? Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so given that there are a few of them, there are some of them, what was the purpose of having some of those issued as constructed or as built?
It's just more of a record drawing. Again, I don't recall any. Usually the intent of an as-built drawing is that you say, here, this is what was actually built. So if there's changes, they're important. If there's no changes, then it really doesn't serve much of a purpose. And for most of the project, we weren't getting as-built drawings because we were building everything according to the contracts. Again, because the project was coming to an end, the project office is closing up, you start thinking, okay, all these Mylar versions, everything we had of old contracts, we should just make sure they're scanned, that they're in our spider system, whatever information I had gotten from the consultants. I know I did ask for the CAD programs we use are MicroStation or AutoCAD. It was two of the consultants used AutoCAD, one of them used MicroStation. So I said, please give me those drawings so that way it'll help our, if we're doing future projects, that we can maybe use those drawings for to produce the base drawings.
And what CAD and AutoCAD, is that CAD?
Sorry, CAD is computer aided design. AutoCAD is one of them. It's software for doing computer aided design, and the other was MicroStation, which is another computer aided design software program.
Okay, and I think again, they haven't put into the data set, but I think that the limited drawings that are marked as constructed were, I believe we were advised they came from ProjectWise.
Okay.
Not from Spider. Does that make sense? Mr. Chen might be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding. Does that make sense that they'd be located in ProjectWise?
They would either be in ProjectWise or in a corporate drive in one of our where we store all the engineering drawings.
And
so like our tender packages would have been scanned and probably placed in this corporate drive, which you would then access through the Spider program.
Right, which you referred to before.
Right.
Okay. And just this is the first mention of ProjectWise. Could you just describe what ProjectWise is for the commissioner? Thank you.
ProjectWise is basically the server that engineering services uses to store data information. So information for engineering services projects are stored in ProjectWise, as well as some information stored on corporate drives. The Red Hill Valley project, we didn't use ProjectWise to store our information. We were using corporate drives for that.
For the up till the end of when you're talking about for the Red Hill Valley project, you mean the construction project, the design, planning, and construction.
Yeah, yeah, correct. But it's for all, because we also did, other reports, so whatever information needed to be shared amongst the team would be stored in a corporate drive. But the Red Hill Valley project office team did not use ProjectWise to store data.
Okay. Now, is it typical or atypical for a road building project to not have as constructed drawings?
It depends on the municipality, the client.
Well, what about you've been at Hamilton and its predecessor since 1991. So let's talk about Hamilton. Has it been Hamilton's practice to do or not do as-built drawings for road construction projects?
We would do this. Sorry, can you repeat? Is that for the city of Hamilton projects you're now asking?
Well, yeah, that where you've been working since 1991.
Well, yeah, again, but the different sections would do different things. Like for
I'm talking about road construction specifically.
Road construction. Okay.
Yes.
So it depends on the project. If the project has water main and sewer, you would our practice in engineering services is to do as-built drawings of that underground infrastructure, but they're just sort of single line drawings showing the infrastructure. It's not an actual, it wouldn't be the tender drawing that gets revised. If it's a resurfacing contract, there are no as-builts for that.
For resurfacing. Okay. What I certainly can understand if there's subsurface pipes and so forth, that presumably the purpose is so you know what is there if you're going to dig again, right? That's the purpose for having as constructed drawings for those sort of projects. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, when you're investigating, you'd use the, if there are issued for construction drawings, or you'd use the tender drawings, and if there are as-built, you would use that to then work on that next project. So generally with the Lincoln Red Hill, it was being constructed as per the drawings. So we didn't produce as-built drawings for the different contract tenders.
Okay. What about, you referred to for resurfacing projects? Hamilton does typically not do as-built drawings. What about for the initial road construction projects? Appreciate what you didn't do with the Red Hill.
No. Yeah, no.
Generally speaking.
Yeah, no, sorry, just because usually within our engineering services, we usually aren't doing greenfield projects. We have done some, but generally we're reconstructing existing roads. So if we're doing a reconstruction of a particular street, you would only get as-built for the sewers and water mains if they were in that. You wouldn't get one for the road.
Right, for the reconstruction. What about for those limited greenfields projects?
Again, no, you wouldn't do it for the road, but if there was sewer or water main, then we would do an as-built of that portion of that project.
Okay, thank you. Just give me one moment, please. Okay. If you could take that down, register, and you could go to OD3, image 19, moving on to a different topic. Still way back in time, of course, but I want to talk about the pavement structure specifically. So in paragraph 35, on September 7th, 2005, you emailed Mr. Moore asking that he please confirm the proposed pavement structure for the N-S section, i.e. asphalt depth and type for each lift. And then Mr. Moore replied the same day with the pavement structure, all the different layers, and the depths for each one, and specifying the type of asphalt mix for each layer, and then a reference to the granular base. So first thing is, this is the ultimately the pavement structure that was constructed, correct?
Yes, in terms of depths, the different, yeah. We didn't use an HL8, but yes, that was, it ended up being 220 millimeters of total asphalt.
The middle layer, the 100 millimeters there, was in two different,
correct, two different types.
Two different lifts, right. And with 40 millimeters of SMA on the top and the rich bottom layer at the bottom.
Right, correct.
And in the last paragraph about the granular base, Mr. Moore is indicating it has to be reduced by 60 millimeters. And in some instances that was already placed granular base, and in other instances still to be placed. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And why was that? He refers to maintaining the original final profile grade. Is that because the asphalt structure is overall a thicker structure, and that requires a reduction in the granular base?
Yes.
And why is that? Why does that matter?
Because if you go back to if you look at our time, right? Our grading contract started in 2004.
Yep.
And was based on, I know the link was 155 millimeters of asphalt on different depths of granular and type, depending where you were across the escarpment on Hamilton. So the original intent, I believe they had said it was 160 millimeters of asphalt. So it was 40 of top, 120 of the base asphalt, and then a granular structure, again, which varied depending where you were. Are you on rock? Are you on soils? So when we started the grading contracts in 2004, when we dug out the road, it was built to accommodate that structure. In 2005, the city at the time, we were using Marshall mixes like most municipalities. Super Pave was really only being used to the best of my knowledge, just by the Ministry of Transportation Ontario, MTO. Gary was, very, 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 very good technical base, and said we're perpetual pavement now. This is what we're doing, so it's deeper strength asphalt. So and I believe I had said, I recall asking Gary, can't remember if it was spring or summer of 2005, saying, we're doing super pave. Okay, I've heard of it. Can I go to a seminar, please, get a little more knowledgeable on what's involved? And basically, super pave is an end result specification. So it's a different way of designing your asphalt. Marshall's more of a recipe based type design. And then when you looked at, okay, this is what you're supposed to do for each lift of asphalt, the nominal aggregate size. I said, even based on our 160, we're going to have to revise our grading templates. And you are correct. The ACON contract, that very first one, that contract involved rock excavation, which we were then crushing and creating granular A and granular B. So in that contract, they had placed the granular and then stockpiled it for the sections to the north. And I believe we had enough granular to cover the Phillips portion, the part B that you see in the paving tender, and that we knew we'd have to import granular to finish the McCormick section, which was part C. So I was just getting clarification, because if we needed, is the granular depth enough? What is it? Because, the consultants were starting to get ready to prepare the asphalt tender. They have to prepare, as part of the assignment, they would use this MTO program to create something we called grading templates, which is basically cross sections for the contractors to use that show, here's the bottom of subgrade, here's your top of granular B, granular A, here's your different asphalt layers. So that way, it's a paper version of what they would build. If you had contractors who were really keen, you can collect all that data, put it into a GPS, they put it in a machine, and theoretically everything gets built automatically.
Okay. So
long story, it's just to clarify, okay, what is it? And I need to revise the grading templates for the paving contract for each of the three different consultants.
Right. And if you have to take off you have to take off the 60 millimeters wide though of the granular base. Is that because of overhead structures?
No, because we had dug the road. So
Yep.
we've already gone to subgrade, to competent subgrade, right? And up top, we actually have the granular on the road. So I have to remove it. In the other section, I haven't placed granular, but the contract would specify a different depth than if we hadn't gone with perpetual pavement. You wouldn't need to change any of your grading templates from the ones that were produced for the grading contracts. You would only now get the details of the paving.
Right.
So it had nothing to do with overhead structures.
Okay.
It's just, we already dug the ground. Okay, do we need to dig deeper?
And what are you going to fill in? What's going on top of what you've dug out?
Right. So do we put less granular, or do we dig deeper and put that granular depth? Right.
Right. And the answer then was to do less.
Correct. And that was also that decision was also based with Golders as well, because I do recall asking Golder, is this good? Are you good with this with your perpetual design? Because this is when you go, this is a great concept. And you go, it's surprised we didn't do it. It would have been nice to have been done on the link, right? But so it's, but when you do your design, it's not just the asphalt, the granular, and the subgrade material all makes it up. So I wanted to make sure, that Golders said, yes, this will still work. Because if Golders had said, no, we need more granular, then we guess as part of the paving contract, or, if I had time, we would do it in the grading contracts to go the extra depth, whatever we needed, so that we would have the proper amount of granular A and B on the road.
The answer from Golder was that was acceptable?
Yes, to the best of my recollection.
Okay, and who were you conferring with? Was that Dr. Uzorowski?
Dr. Uzorowski, yes.
Thank you. And were you involved in any way with the development of the perpetual pavement structure, or the idea to use it in the first place?
No.
And were you involved in any way in the decision to use an SMA surface course on the perpetual pavement structure?
No.
Who made those decisions?
I believe that was Ludimir Uzorowski and Gary Moore.
Okay. And when did you become aware of the decision to use the perpetual pavement structure? You referred before, I think you said you had a discussion with Mr. Moore about, oh, well, we're going to use a perpetual pavement structure. When do you recall that was?
I believe it was, around the summer of 2005. Gary he would also been telling the whole group, that, this is what we're doing, this is what we're proposing. And I do recall, so it was either the summer or fall.
Well, presumably it had to be before September 7th, because your email to him was
correct.
Asking about it, right? So
Correct.
It was sometime prior to that email, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, and what about the decision to use SMA as the surface course? When did you become aware of that?
I believe it was when I received this email.
Okay, the one from Mr. Moore on September 7th, 2005?
Correct, yes. But that's just maybe my best guess. It might have been mentioned before, but I can't really recall. It was, even the whole use of super pave, because we had used Marshall mixes on the link, which, MTO had at this point in time switched out all their stuff to all their specifications were specific to super pave, but they left in the Marshall, so if you'd call it the municipal specs for municipalities to use, because most municipalities, to the best of my knowledge, most of them in Ontario are still specifying Marshall mixes. Again, just a different way to design your mixes.
Back to, and on the SMA question, this is the earliest email we have communicating to you about it. So if I understand you correctly, you're saying it's possible that you heard about it earlier, but this is the first communication that you're specifically aware of about SMA. Is that right?
That's correct.
And had you ever been involved in a project before involving the placement of SMA?
No, I wasn't involved specifically in those. I know the city had done them, but I wasn't specifically involved in them.
Okay, so we know that there was a placement on Burlington Street in 1999. Is that one you're referring to?
Yes, I believe so. I believe it was around the intersection of Victoria Avenue, I think. Either Victoria or Wellington, one of those two.
On Burlington.
On Burlington Street, yes.
Right, but you say you weren't, I think you said specifically involved. Were you involved at all?
Well, no, I was aware it was going down, but at that point in time, I'm still in special projects, right?
Right.
And I knew Burlington Street was being, it was a exposed concrete road that they were doing, and they chose exposed concrete because of the contaminants underneath. But through those intersections, lots of heavy trucks, truck movements turning, they used SMA.
Right. And you said that you were in the special projects office still. Who was in charge of that project? Do you know?
It would have been whatever engineering services was called at the time. I can't remember the names. We had so many different. It probably would have been, I believe they're called the design and construction section within some other division of Public Works.
Okay, but you believe you're not quite sure at this point. Is that right?
Oh, it would have been their contract,
okay.
not, it wasn't, I didn't have anything to do with the contract, but because it was, it was a city project doing the concrete road base. People were made aware of it if you wanted to go watch it while it was being placed, that kind of a thing, right?
Okay. But you, as you said, you were still in the special projects office, and so you didn't have any direct involvement with it. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so the Red Hill was your first project involving stone mastic asphalt, SMA. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did you have the opportunity to discuss with Dr. Uzorowski the issues that present with SMA?
Sorry, while we were preparing the design?
At any time. But sure, let's talk about during when you were developing the tender specs, for example.
Yeah. Okay, well, during the tender specs, I know there was discussion, and it was because at the time, is it okay if I refer to him as Ludimir, or do I have to say Dr. Uzorowski?
It's fine, but you worked with him a lot, so
yeah, I know him as Ludimir. So,
that's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine. We'll know who you mean.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I asked Ludimir, okay, we're putting SMA on the main line of the highway. We're using a different mix on the ramps, and it was, well, SMA has superior rut resistance, and given the truck volumes, that's why SMA, it's a gap graded mix. So okay, it makes sense. When we built the link, we brought our we used we called it an HL1 modified. So it was an HL1 mix with specifying dense friction coarse aggregates so that we would get, the proper mix, something it's different. It's not a standard MTO mix, if you want to say. And we also placed that on the shoulders. So I remember asking Ludimir, well, for contractor, easier, less mixed designs to review. Do we, why wouldn't we use it on the shoulders? And, Ludimir had said, it makes sense. You don't need the rut resistance on the shoulders. It's a high quality mix, more expensive. So the shoulders are just basically for stranded vehicles. So, you don't need to spend the money there, spend it right. You don't need SMA on the ramps because the truck volumes are less on the ramps. It's just the trucks going on and off. So, so those were the type of discussions that were going on during designs. Like, okay, all right, perfect. So let's specify it. So we had specified an HL1 for the shoulders as part of the Parkway, paving project. Gary said, look at the state of King Street and Queenston. Before we open this freeway, they were at that point where they needed to do a shave and pave on them. So it's basically where, has the cracking only gone down a certain depth, it's the right time to go in and replace the surface asphalt. So we said, you know what, this will work out in terms of getting a good price on the HL1 because we'll specify the HL1 on King, Queenston, and the shoulders of the Parkway. And at that time, we were also allowing bidders to use a steel slag as the coarse aggregate, which was supplied by DeFasco, a local manufacturer who was taking the time to process their steel slag. They were using it within their plants to build, very good, very structurally sound roads that would carry these ingot trucks. And so the city had, developed this relationship. They would basically provide the material for just at their cost to process it. So it was a very good quality aggregate that was available at a very good price. So we permitted that within our specifications for any bidder to use that product within there.
Sorry, that was in the
tender. That was within our paving tender, yes.
Right, but for which course are you talking about?
It was specified for the shoulders and for the resurfacing of King Street and Queenston Road. So right. basically what was paved back in 1990 when they first started the project, they grade separated, King and Queenston. Those areas were now, it was at a point where they needed to be resurfaced. And Gary said, this makes sense. We should do this because once you open the Parkway, you're going to increase all kinds of traffic. It'll be a lot more difficult to do the resurfacing. We should do it before the roads opened. So,
right. And in terms of the steel slag that was permitted for the shoulders, that's using steel slag as the aggregates instead of the usual stone, right?
Correct, as the coarse aggregate in the asphalt mixture, right? So you have a fine aggregate, coarse aggregate,
And that was also used on part of the link in its original construction, isn't that right?
On the link, we did a test strip because it was an extremely, at that point, they were still experimenting with it. We hadn't used it in large chunks. And so yeah, there was only a portion in the, I'm trying to get my bearings right here, in the eastbound direction between the Mohawk Golf Links interchange and the Gar Street interchange, we placed steel slag across the entire surface, even the shoulders.
Right, and again, to be clear, it's using the steel slag aggregate for the coarse aggregates in the surface asphalt mix rather than traditionally, whether it's trap rock or some other sort of aggregate that's being used. Okay,
correct. And look at you, you're understanding those terms. That's wonderful to see. I'm teasing.
Yeah, and this is the HL1 modified product that you're referring to.
Well, no. The HL1 modified was what we used for the rest of the link. And that was basically, that was HL1 with dense friction coarse aggregates.
Mm-hmm.
right? So the trap rock, the sandstones, the steel slag portion was called something different back then, but the city was using it throughout various projects. It was the region back then. Sorry about that. So the region was trying it out on different areas, and then we did this test strip. It was put into the paving contract. This way, all the bidders knew that. And Dofasco gave an extended warranty on it. I believe they gave us a 5-year warranty because at the time, you had we're special projects, and then you had our design and construction group. And the design and construction group is saying, this is a great product. You should use it. Put it down. It'll save taxpayer dollars. It's a great product. And Gary said, well, it's still new. So he said, if it's so great, put it on all your roads. Why would we put it on this road that we've been waiting so long? So there was lots of back and forth discussion. And Gary said, you know what? He again, very technical, competent person, who said, we're going to hire John Emery to give us what kind of asphalt should we be using? Okay, what should we be doing? I can't recall if back then the ministry was starting to go to super pave, but there was all these, I believe they were. So it's okay, what do we do where we are at the industry? And John Emery came back with a recommendation. And the steel slag was, yes, looks very promising, looks very good, but it's still new. So do you put it everywhere, or do we just try it somewhere? So that was what was decided. Gary then, met with the design and construction guys. We put out an addendum in that paving contract to put down the test strip. And they started using it in their contracts. And, then it worked out to be, because at the time, the ministry had run into all kinds of problems and just banned steel slag in their mixes. So but Dofasco said, you know what, we don't have much real estate. We process it, we use it. And they were just, said, I'm basically providing it for my processing costs. And it's a good, cheap aggregates, environmentally friendly thing to do. So, in the grand scheme of things, made a lot of sense.
So that was on the link ultimately in 1997 where that was placed.
Correct. And then we used it. It was specified for use on King, Queenston, and the shoulders.
And the shoulders on the Red Hill.
Right.
But not the SMA main line for the link.
No. Not in the SMA, not in the SP 12.5 FCs.
Right. Okay. And did you talk to Dr. Uzorowski about SMA placement and some difficulties or trickiness with placing SMA?
No, a lot of it came out. Some with talking with Dr. Uzorowski, and also again, we were working closely with the MTO representatives. So their area construction engineer, their construction administrator, because they were, where are you at, progress, things like that. And then talking to their CA people, definitely the CA, that yes, SMA is a tricky mix. It was a big cost difference on their contracts. They had a difference of something like $10 a ton difference in price. Whereas, in our bid, I believe it was only $1 difference between the SMA and the 12.5 FC2. And then at one point, Ludimir said, yes, it's, and I can't recall when exactly that was. I think it was well into while we were paving it or just, going to be starting it. So that's a very finicky mix. Very finicky. Yes, the ministry's put it down on Highway 401. Ludimir has a great deal of experience and said it either turns out really good or really bad, right? So then I was like, if there's all these problems, do we just go with the 12.5? This is what all the ministry guys are doing. They're taking, but they were getting substantial credits. So, the 12.5 is still a very good mix. And Ludimir was, no, this, it has the superior, rut resistance. It has good frictional characteristics. And then another sort of nice thing is that it was quieter. You know, these characteristics, because it was a gap graded mix, you know, would be that basically the sound generated from traffic could potentially be lower.
Right. And these conversations, if I understood you correctly, the ones with Dr. Zarowski specifically, you think were either shortly before the SMA placement took place or during its placement? Did I understand you correctly?
Yeah, I believe it was as we were preparing to, yeah, it's coming, here it is. You know, and yes, so it was I believe, to the best of my recollection, that it was as we were about to place it.
Okay. And being a finicky mix, it turns out very well or very badly. Did he elaborate on what he meant by that?
I can't recall the details. Ludimir and I would talk about a lot of things. You know, me maybe trying to gain knowledge. He's an extremely knowledgeable consultant, and he also had the practical experience of actually, you know, I believe he had worked for a paving contractor. So not only did he know the theoretical, he knew the reality of when you actually, you know, produce it, place it. So he provided he brought a great deal of experience to the table.
With respect to the MTO personnel that you referred to having discussions about SMA, are you talking about during coordination with them, with the MTO regarding the interchange with the Red Hill and the QEW? Is that correct? The context that you're talking about?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And what time frame are you talking about for those discussions?
It was around the same time, because you know, getting the information from them would have been, again, I'm kind of speculating on this, but it's you know, if I'm speaking to them about, you know, the experiences, not that they had specifically, because they hadn't placed any asphalt as part of their contracts yet.
Yeah, that hadn't happened yet.
No. But it was more, oh yeah, on these other MTO jobs, this is what's happening. So it's like, Ludimir, are you aware of, you know, and but it was like, no, again, it was yes, it's a very finicky mix, but when it turns out great, it's a fantastic mix. It has all these other properties, and so like, okay, good, all right, good. So we're good. We're going to continue putting it down. That's fine.
Okay, so what were the issues that the MTO people raised with you, and do you recall who raised them?
I can't. It was their contract administration staff, so I can't remember the name of the consultant that was on their tender, and it was just more again, finicky mix, and a lot of times they were opting out of, they were taking the credit, and credits, I believe, were in that $10 a ton magnitude, which, you know, depending how many, you know, if you're doing a very large project, that's a substantial cost savings.
Right. And in those discussions, were you made aware by anyone about the early age SMA low friction issue that had arisen that the MTO was dealing with at the time?
No, I wasn't. Not in those discussions.
Okay. Do you recall when you became aware of that issue?
You know, to the best of my recollection, it was after that friction testing was done in the fall, is when Ludimir had pointed that out to me.
Okay. So we'll come back to that, and we'll
Yep.
talk about the October 16th, 2007 friction testing that was done by the MTO on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And your best recollection is it was around that time in discussions with Dr. Zarowski that you first became aware of the SMA early low age friction issue. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, we'll come back just chronologically to that. I just wanted to close that off at the moment. So going back to 2005, we know that that Golder was conducting a feasibility study for the city, and specifically in discussions with Mr. Moore about perpetual pavement and in using the perpetual pavement structure for the Red Hill. Was that something you were aware of at the time?
I don't believe I was aware of it.
Okay. Were you involved in any way in instructing Golder with respect to the feasibility study?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Did you ever see a copy of it?
I don't recall seeing a copy of it.
Does that mean you don't think you did, or you just don't recall one way or the other?
I'm pretty sure I didn't see it.
Okay.
So it's more no than one or the other.
Right. But did you become aware that one existed, even though you don't believe you saw it?
No. And again, it's like, by the time you're getting ready the specs, it's more, okay, what are we using? Ludomir, give me the specifications. We got to pull the contract together. So no, and it wouldn't have been something that I would have asked to read and see. It's, well, we're using perpetual pavement. And, as we were developing the specs, any questions I had, Ludomir was more than happy to provide answers to.
Right. But that's after. That's a little bit after that. We know that there was that through 2005, and that it was dated in August 2005 is the date of the signed feasibility study, that Golder was doing work. Were you aware that Golder was working on a feasibility study, even if you didn't know a report was developed?
No, I wasn't aware they were working on it.
Okay.
To the best of my recollection.
You're right. Best of your recollection. Thank you. Now, if we could go to overview document image 33. I guess 33 and 34. And we know that Dufferin, the paving contractor, proposed using, and did ultimately use, but first proposed using demix aggregates as the aggregates for use in the SMA and super paved surface courses on May 20th, 2007. And
Sorry, I think you mean March 20th?
sorry, yes, March 20th. I do. Thank you. I should absolutely have that date and month memorized by now. And in paragraph B of 66 at the bottom of page 33 and going on to 34, there's a first request by Mr. Gangaram of Dufferin to Phillips, Mr. Moranzan, requesting approval to use the demix aggregates in the super paved 12.5 and SMA mixes. And then Dr. Uzorowski wrote back, if you go see paragraph 67. Oh, sorry, I should say that they advised at that point that it wasn't on the province's, the MTO's designated source of materials list in their initial proposal. Dr. Uzorowski, as you can see in paragraph 67, if we could pull up images 34 and 35, please, wrote back, and he sent this memo to Phillips and to you with his response to this request, which is the entire memo is reproduced at page 35 there. And do you recall receiving this?
I received it, but I don't, it doesn't stick out. I would have received it, but I don't, because when you say recall receiving it, it's like, yeah, obviously I did receive it. Yes.
You did receive it. You read it. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. I appreciate you don't at this moment recall opening it up and actually reading it at that moment, though, is what you mean.
Right. Right.
Okay. And So first of all, does this this letter or memo and the request made and then Dr. Uzorowski's memo, does that generally reflect specifically Golder and Dr. Uzorowski's quality assurance role in the lead up to and during the paving construction, which involved approving or not approving asphalt mixes and aggregates for use in them?
Correct. Sorry, I was just trying to read through his memo there.
Take your time. I can re-ask the question. Just tell me when you're done.
Almost there. Sorry. Right. So when I read this memo, I think, and when you look at our, I believe Dufferin sent it to Walter because Walter was Phillips was the contract administrator.
Yeah.
Golders was our geotechnical consultant, but a sub to Phillips. So Walter passed this on, and basically Ludimir is saying, in order for us to look at it, you need to do the 4 bullet points. So he says right now it's not considered, but it was one of those, because again, our take was if Golders approves this aggregate, then you can use it.
Right.
Okay, because they'd have to be comfortable. There's no way we're going to allow, again, I said the city, we're not MTO, we had a different mix for the link. We allow steel slag. The MTQ is using this aggregate, and the MTQ is to the best of my understanding, similar to the MTO. So again, what he's saying, but if you read those 4 paragraphs, is if you can basically give all this information, and then it would be reconsidered. So he wasn't rejecting flat out at this point. At least that's my interpretation. He's just saying they're currently not considered. But if you have to do all those other things before we could say, yeah, it's an appropriate, a good aggregate to use.
Right. He's explicit about that. He says it's currently not considered acceptable for use in this project, and they need to run through the information.
Yeah, you need to give me more data, more testing for him to make an informed decision. And that I would have, for us, it's like, if Ludomir's happy, I'm happy. Right.
And then just to come back to my initial question, which I should have let you review it first, and I think you've essentially answered that if Golder and specifically Dr. Uzorowski's, at least part of their role was to approve for use or not the mixes and the aggregates used in those for use on the project, and you would follow their lead on that. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. It is 11:29, Commissioner. So this may be an opportune time for the morning break.
I think so. Let's return at 11:45.
Thank you. Commissioner, we're back. May I proceed? Thank you. Just to close off something before the break, Mr. Odi, we were talking about approving mixed designs, aggregates, and so forth, and your shorthand was, for us, it's like if Ludomir's happy, I'm happy. And I just want, is it fair to say though, that, you're talking about if that's what Dr. Uzorowski says, then you would follow his advice. But if it's, am I correct though, ultimately it's the client's decision whether or not to follow the advice in any particular instance. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
Okay. And prior to the placement of SMA or the paving phase, were you aware of the Ministry of Transportation of Ontario's designated source of materials list?
Yes.
It was something you were familiar with, and that it lists the products and their sources that the MTO deems acceptable for their projects, and specifically for high volume surface courses, asphalt courses, the aggregates that are pre-qualified for use. Was you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware that one of the purposes of pre-qualifying aggregates by listing them on the DSM is to ensure that those aggregates have adequate frictional qualities? Is that something you were aware of?
No, not really.
No? Sorry, you say not really. So,
well,
no or a bit?
I was aware that they did, different type of testing for the different properties of the aggregates, but I didn't realize that friction testing was done as part of that aggregate. Okay.
And so at that time you didn't. Is that something you become aware of in the course of this inquiry, or between those two events?
During the course of the inquiry.
All right. And going back to the link, we were talking about it, we know that steel slag aggregates were used in a portion of it, as we discussed, of the link surface course construction, was using aggregates that were listed on the MTO's DSM. Was that a requirement for the link surface course or no?
I believe it was part of, because we would have used the OPS specifications. So yes, it would have been just like it was in Red Hill. It would have been in the background, whichever OPS reference it is. I can't recall. I know the paving specifications are 310. That's a material specification. So it's like, I don't know, 1150, 1151, something like that.
Okay, sorry, you're for the Red Hill
and the link as well.
Right, for the Red Hill, we know that the DSM approved aggregates were not a contractual requirement. Was it the same for the link or different?
No, it would have been the same.
Okay,
it would have been the same. It's a similar setup, right?
Okay.
We're yeah.
Okay. And so did the fact that the demix aggregates were not on the DSM that were proposed by Dufferin, did that cause you any concern or no?
No, again, given our history of looking, the region, the city's history of looking at other things, I'm almost certain I would have mentioned this to Gary. And again, but Golder had to approve the aggregate. If they did not approve the aggregate, then it's not happening.
Okay, and you say you believe you talked to Mr. Moore about it. Why is that something that you would have discussed with him?
Oh, I would have told him that, they're proposing to use this aggregate from Quebec, MTQ, to see if he had any concerns, if he knew about it maybe, but I'm, to the best of my recollection, I more than likely would have told Gary something like this. I wouldn't have hidden from him, right?
Well, it's not a question of hidden, but
right. So I didn't mean to use that word. Like I'm sure I would have informed him of it. I don't know if I informed the entire team at one of our meetings, but Gary specifically would have been known about it, because if he had any reservations, then it would have been, okay, hey, well, why? What do we need to talk about? You know, and it's like, no, we all got to march in the same direction, right? We had an atmosphere at Red Hill where everyone was allowed to basically give their opinion, state their perspective. So when you really look at it, but in the end, we were always proceeding in the same direction, you know, on all the issues, not just you know, there was a few of them through this project, right?
Okay. Through the whole project, or are you talking about during the paving phase?
No, during the whole project.
Okay.
The protests, things like that, right? So,
Injunctions.
yes, yeah.
Okay.
All great learning experiences, by the way. So
and just for the record, we're talking, Commissioner, about going back to well prior to the construction, the protests and so forth, respecting the project itself and court proceedings that were engaged. And when you were, you said that you were involved with Dr. Zarowski in developing the tender paving specifications. I know that Dr. Zarowski was and Golder were engaged to develop those, but you worked with him on it for the purposes of the tender, correct?
well, I guess I should clarify that. Whatever Dr. Zarowski, whatever Ludimir said, this is what needs to go in the spec. Okay, Evan, make sure you put it in. Again, Super Pave was new to me, so like little things it's like if I want 6% AC, I said, well, why can't we just say that? Why can't we just say you have to use polymers and that you want 6% AC? We would do that in a Marshall mix, but that's not the spirit of Super Pave. So Ludimir would say, here's the easel counts. This is what we need to do. I set these parameters really high. I do this because, you know, the only way for them to achieve this is now to use a polymer modified AC. And, you know, and then the only way to get all these other characteristics of the design is that they're going to have to run the AC close to that, whatever the number was. If it was, I can't recall if it was 5, 5.5, 6. Because when we were doing our Marshall mixes with the city, we're running 6% AC, you know, plus or minus, you give those parameters, right? So this was a new concept to me, and it was, this is frustrating. Why can't I just tell you what I want? It's simpler, right? So if the city in 2007, Gary being the manager of design, said, it's coming soon. Eventually we're switching to Super Pave, right? So there's a whole other things with that. If you look at, and you know what, we improved it. He involved Golders in it. You know, we had, once I joined the group, you realize, oh my God, we need to revise our specifications to get better quality. So Ludimir has been instrumental with us at the city developing that and getting a really good asphalt specification when the rest of the province seemed to be having problems with premature cracking. We weren't experiencing that. And now I call our latest version of Super Pave partial Marshall, because we've gone back to saying, here's everything, but I want a minimum AC of 5.5. That way we know we're getting what we want, and we bump up the AC grades depending on the class of the road.
Okay, so to cover that, you're talking about
city contract.
Yes, but first of all, Gary Moore, he wanted, I think you said 2007 to move over to the Super Pave, but I think you're talking about earlier than that if you're talking about the Red Hill, right?
Early Red Hill, yeah. But at that, around 2007, I knew I was doing it on Red Hill, and I believe, I'm almost certain that the city contracts, that's when they had switched to Super Pave specifications as well.
And your point about the Marshall mixes is they are more directive as to at the front end as to what,
correct,
as opposed to end use specification.
End result, and it's up to the person designing the mix to say, I can use this much AC, I can use these aggregates, and I can achieve all your and the voids are different. You know, it starts I don't want to drag us too much because I'll waste our whole day today. So we
No,
won't.
but then those requirements are in the mixed, those specifications, specific, the specific AC content are then in the mixed design.
Yeah, and it's just things like, one really quick thing, and I promise I won't expand anymore, okay? When we used to do bridge decks, right, we would put 40 mils of surface asphalt, whatever it was, 40 mils of base asphalt, which was an HL8. So in simple terms, SP19 is the new HL8. So I remember when you're going to do bridge decks, but you read the MTO specifications, the minimum depth of an SP19 is 50. So now you've got 50 and 40, 90. You now have a 10 millimeter difference. And I remember asking contractors, as this is all happening, what's different? It's the same aggregate, right? So what's different? And it's the air voids. It's all those slightly different things. So you say, oh, now guess what? When we do a new bridge deck, we put 40, 50, the 10 millimeter board. If we're rehabbing an old bridge deck, unless you have room to taper out the ends, you put in 2 lifts of 40 millimeter surface asphalt, which can be placed at 40 mils. So, but those are just, so I apologize, but it's just kind of like information. So, right.
So
sorry, what did I answer your question, Commissioner Council?
Well,
I apologize if I didn't.
In part, I was asking you about developing the specifications, and you said that you took what Dr. Uzorowski told you, and then essentially you were importing those into the tender documents.
Well, it was given to Evan Wilson, who would then put it into the tender documents, right?
Are you saying you weren't involved at all?
Oh, no, I was involved in meetings, whatever, because then also it's like, okay, well, we're going to use the HL1 on the surface roads. Those would then be pulling in the city specs. So, pulling it together and then sending it forward. But in terms of, I didn't go through and say, I was more trying to understand Ludemir's specifications.
Okay.
Right?
Did you have it during that process? Did you have any discussions with Dr. Uzorowski or not about requiring the surface course aggregates to be ones that were listed on the DSM?
No, I don't recall that conversation at all.
Okay. Now, in the immediate lead up to the paving and during the paving, who did you deal with directly with each of the players? Right, correct? Well, first of all, you've got Golder. You have, and I know there were other consultants as well, but we have Golder, there's Phillips, the contract administrator, and there's Dufferin. So let's start with Golder. Who did you deal primarily with at Golder in the immediate lead up to paving and the paving itself?
In the field, it was Andrew
Delis Reyes?
Yes, that's correct. Ludemir didn't come out to the site every day, but he was reviewing all the submissions. With Phillips, we also had Phillips oversaw the whole paving contract, so they were the contract administrator, but we also had staff from Stantec and staff from McCormick, field staff out there, because if we need the liaison back with the design staff, that just made it easier. But again, we've been working on this project since '03. A lot of these team members were involved in the original link. So lots of history between all the, the disciplines.
So
and then in the field, like definitely, oh, sorry, I apologize.
Was that Walter Moranson at Phillips?
Walter Moranson would have been usually the person I was dealing with. And I can't recall, but there were definitely other people from Phillips as well as Stantec and McCormick on the site while they were doing work. I just can't recall specifically who they were.
That's fine. And then in terms of Dufferin, who did you primarily deal with?
Primary person we dealt with at Dufferin would have been Dave Hayner. He was the superintendent looking over the whole project. His field engineer, who I believe was James Worry, I can't remember if James came in after. We might have had Nick Dietrich at first, and then that got switched out. But Dave Hayner came in at some point in 2004 and took over the grading contracts. And then their estimator was Rick Treenstra, but he was usually more, he'd come on site once in a while, but definitely at all the site meetings.
Okay. And did you deal with Paul Janicus at all?
Yes, Paul Janicus once in a while. And then because he was actually up at the portable plant, trying to actually make the product. And then there would have been, Dufferin had their QC people, but I can't recall their names. But, more interactions with Paul, Dave Hayner being the main person.
Right. And I think Mr. Janicus is often on emails that you were on when dealing with mixed design and aggregate issues. Is that correct? Correct. And I was also going to mention, I know once in a while, Peter Gamble as well, because I believe at that point, Peter was running the equipment. I can't remember Dufferin's structure, but he was, he had been the paving guy for sure. So he was still doing that, but I believe he was also now like an equipment operations manager, I believe. Yes.
But I can't recall that for certain.
And so on occasion you communicated with him, and we'll get to that.
You'll get to that. Right.
Okay. But in terms of Golder, as you said, Mr. Delis Reyes, he was on site daily, but you would also on occasion deal with Dr. Zarowski as well, right? If he was on site.
Yeah, or if he wasn't, if we needed to touch base, phone, again, given my limited email availability, it was normally phone calls, right?
Right.
Or physical site meetings, right?
Okay. And typically, not exclusively, but typically in the email traffic, when it deals with mixed design approvals and aggregate approvals and so forth, those were typically between Golder, specifically Dr. Uzarowski, and the Dufferin representatives on that issue. Is that fair?
I believe for the most part, yes, that's fair.
Yeah. Okay. Now, if we go to overview document 3, image 43. And paragraph 85. So this is a May 17th letter from David Hayner of Dufferin to you. It's about warranty on asphalt on part A of this contract. And he indicates, and you can read it through, but essentially saying that Dufferin can't warranty any of the asphalt placed on material that was placed by others. And he defines that as the area just south of Green Hill to the south limits of the contract. And that's, as we were discussing before, that's the part of the grading contract that was executed by ACON, not Dufferin. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And and he's saying that they can't warranty that section. Is that first of all, do you recall this issue?
I recall Dave saying, I'm going to be sending you a letter about this.
Okay, which he then did.
Yeah.
And was this position that Dufferin took, was this surprising to you?
No, I mean, they didn't do the underground. So, I understand where they're coming from. They didn't place that granular material. It was placed by ACON. So, they were just probably doing their due diligence to cover them in case there were anything that happened in that piece of the contract within the 2-year warranty, right?
And is this something that you had experienced in any prior project?
Not to the best of my recollection, no.
Okay. And is this something that did you inform Mr. Moore about this?
About this letter, I'm pretty sure I did not share this, or I did not. I'm pretty sure, but I don't really recall.
Okay. So you think you didn't? It's
Yeah.
possible, but you don't think you did.
Right, correct. And I really wasn't concerned about it. You know, I said, okay, if something happens, we'll deal with it. Right.
Okay. And you didn't respond to this or disagree with them, I take it? We don't have any record of that.
No, I didn't send a reply or anything like that. No.
And if you don't think you shared this with Mr. Moore, would I be correct that you also did not share it with Mr. Murray?
Yeah, I don't believe I wouldn't have shared it with Chris. Definitely if I didn't share it with Gary, I wouldn't have shared it with Chris. No.
Okay. And so I mean, it does seem, even if it didn't trouble you, it just seems like a fairly significant issue if the paving contractor is saying they're not going to warrant the asphalt on one of the 3 areas of the contract. It does seem like a pretty significant issue, is it not?
It depends on your perspective.
Well, and why do you not consider it a significant enough issue to escalate it to Mr. Moore?
If you read the letter, the letter is saying this is due to unknown quality of granular placed prior to Dufferin Construction commencing work on this contract. So as part of that contract that AECON did, they were to obviously blasted the rock, crushed it, and made granular A, granular B, I believe also some riprap. So whatever we thought we needed or could use for the next contract, we were producing, storing. As part of the paving contract, they were required to go up and use that granular, right? And place it on the, I believe it was the granular B stockpile, where as they were going up in 06 and started placing it, we started, the field, I got a call from Walter, we started noticing pumping of mud through the granular that Dufferin had just placed, right? So, all right, there was a concern, we looked at it. The formation of rock through our escarpment cut was dolomitic limestone, which produces a very good quality granular A, granular B, but the lower depths of the escarpment were shale. So in the end, when you're looking at it, some of that shale may, with maybe the blasting, had got incorporated into the granular B and was giving us this now product. So when this issue happened, I made Gary aware of it, made Chris aware of it. We had all kinds of meetings on site, looked at it, looks at options, even brought in I believe it was Dufferin's quarry people that came in, and we said, okay, if you could take this granular, put it through some sieves, to a certain size, would we be able to get that, what's causing the mud out of it? So it's okay, here's the processing time, here's what you'd have to do. So we did say, okay, whatever you've placed on the mainline highway, take out, right? Let's look. I think we said, it's a good material to be used as shouldering. So it's a good material, but we're going, I don't think this is a good thing to put down under this asphalt. So when we looked at everything, we looked at the options of saying, okay, if I was to bring, Dufferin, bring it in, bring the screening, process the material, this is what I think I need. This is how much material will be left to now be used. I now have to supplement that with additional granular. Okay, what's the cost of that? And it impacted the schedule completion of the project, or at least our portion of opening in 07. The ministry contract was set up to open the Niagara bound direction in 07. and the Toronto-bound direction in '08. So from my perspective, as we're discussing it, it's not, the end of the world to delay it. But then when I looked at the cost of saying, okay, this is good granular. And, instead of us, the project, getting the benefits of it, he said, if we want to stay on schedule, I take this material, because our contract already had something in it that said, because I believe we were going to have some granular left over, was to then be taken to a city yard so that they could use it. Because under the Quarries Act, I'm not supposed to be producing granular and then placing it all over the city. Once I'm done with my project, I can now take it to a city yard and they can use it for their needs. So, and I'd already been in touch with maintenance saying, okay, the material we have left over in '07, which yard can I bring it to, right? So I said, okay, I now have a lot more granular that I'm going to bring for you that you can use for shouldering. You can use it for, definitely for like sewer backfill, water main backfill when you're repairing a break or anything like that. So it was a very good material. We weren't going to recoup the money to it. And when I looked at the two, I said, it's the same cost. So, in discussions with Gary and Chris, we made the decision to say, you know what, we're going to basically, okay, take this material there. Dufferin, we already had prices for virgin aggregate from a quarry. So can you bring in that extra aggregate? We're going to do that. And I said to Chris, though, it's the impact to the project budget, like the overall project budget's about $2 million. So Chris was very transparent, brought this up at council. How I mentioned that about giving them updates in terms of dollars, where I thought it was going to be overall in the project. Chris hadn't reported the last one when I said, I thought at that point, I think I had said we were going to be 6 million under. And I said, so, we can, if we, option B would be to keeps us on schedule, but instead of saving 6, the overall project now only saves 4. And Chris said, that's good. I think at his last update, he had only told council that it was a 4 million savings, something to that. This is kind of my recollection. So this is why this letter came out. And this is why I said, you know what, it doesn't matter. Because even before we asked Ludomir to please review, Walter and I said, can you please review the existing granular? Let us know if you think it's suitable to be left in, or should we remove it? Because we already had an item in the contract to, it's called like scarifying. Because we had construction traffic driving on the existing granular, you're kind of pounding it into the ground thing. So it needs to be kind of loosened up, freshened up. So Ludomir, reviewed it and said, no, it's good to leave in place. So that's why, in my knowledge, Ludomir, who's my geotechnical expert, said it's good to leave, it's fine to leave in. This is Dufferin just saying, just in case something happens, I wouldn't be liable. But you can also look at it if there's infrastructure across there that settles. And again, through this area, there was some trans-northern pipelines that had been put in through some of the through the rock cut. That was a coordination thing. They backfilled it. Could there be possible long-term settlements through that area? So, you're always expecting some settlements when you have really deep excavations. Even though you compact it and backfill it to the best of your ability, you say, if you have enough construction experience, you say, you know what, probably 7 to 10 years, you're going to start to see some dips on the road, right? And if those dips correlate to the infrastructure underneath, you say, yeah, I know what caused it. It's not a base failure. It's just that trench consolidating.
That's a very long answer to a question.
Yeah, well, but
why
if you
didn't
don't
you mention it to Mr. Moore?
Well, because it was, we were good with leaving it in. Ludomir had, and the key is Ludomir was good with the granular that had been placed. So,
okay, so
sorry, but if you don't know the context of the whole background,
right.
Then it's so I apologize if that was too late.
No, that's okay. But the point is that this was a very significant issue that led up to it, as you described. And And what I'm wondering is, because if you didn't inform Mr. Moore of this one, what, by comparison, what made you bring up the demix aggregates not being on the DSM? Just trying to get a sense of the issues that you escalate.
No,
You
but-
don't escalate. You
No,
told
but
me that you think you
yeah.
did raise that, but you didn't raise this.
Because Gary already knew the problem with the granular, and in our minds, it was with the granular material that was stockpiled. Because the granular that was placed on the base was done through the shallower blasting. So there's no oh my goodness, I just forgot the name of that aggregate. There's no that one that would basically gets brittle. That rock material was at the and when they blasted to produce the granular, they started at the north end. That other aggregate was at the base of the rock cut as they got to the north end of the project. So they started at the south, moved their way north. So the quality of the aggregate that was placed on the existing road was from the dolomitic limestone, right?
Yeah.
So basically the last little bits of when they had produced the granular, and I believe it was just the granular, I think it was a granular A pile. Can't remember if it was it must have been the granular A and granular B piles. So because that had got incorporated into the pile, and so it wasn't, so in our minds, the top portion's good. Ludomir.
No, I understand that. But if the top portion's good, I'm just, and then
right.
Dufferin says, I'm not going to warrant it. And
Yeah.
you get this letter and you don't think much of it. And I'm just wondering why that's not considered to you to be enough of an issue to raise to your superiors when you did with the demix aggregates. That's all I.
Right. The demix aggregate was something, hey, so you know, they're proposing a thing from Quebec, just so he knew. This, he already knew about the unknown quality. And in my mind, with my relationship with Dufferin, so from my point of view, I didn't think we were going to have any issues. And if we did, basically it's like, okay, if there's an issue there, I need to be reimbursed if you're going to make me remove some asphalt up there. Whereas if there's a dip within the portions that he had done and placed the granular, then sorry, we're in that ideal situation where if the settlement's due to the infrastructure, can you really blame the paving guy? Oh, guess what? I have the guy who did the grading from Green Hill all the way to the QEW is the same contractor. So that's why I didn't consider it an issue.
Okay. If we go to overview document 3, image 49, please. I guess 49 and 50, please. These are in paragraph 100, the minutes of a July 10th, 2007 site meeting. You talked about monthly site meetings that had occurred, and this was, I think it's number 9 for the paving construction phase. And the minutes indicate that you attended this meeting, and there's a reference at the top of image 50 under material testing to, in the second paragraph, Golder indicated the vibratory roller currently being used by Dufferin is likely too heavy for the SP19 and SMA pavement layers. Do you recall this issue, and can you give us any insight into it?
Vaguely, but it's, I think Golder's was just pointing out that it's a large roller. So the one they were using, so I'm assuming we would have been placing SP25 at the time, but from when I see our progress, we were doing SP19. So they were just raising a concern that if it's too large of a piece of equipment, or if you have the vibratory setting set too high, you could potentially damage the aggregate. So it's one of Golder's brought it up. I'm, given our relationships and everything that happened between the contractor, Golder, all our consultants, I'm sure this was dealt with.
Okay, so we know that well, I'll back up for a second. We have heard that aggregates can be damaged or crushed during the rolling process. And one of the ways that can happen is if the vibratory mode is used, perhaps not necessarily, but that is one way in which it can happen. So that's a fair assessment, yes?
Yes. Can I outline the process of how you place asphalt? Because that might help.
Yep, sure.
Okay. So when, not with SMA, but with a regular type of asphalt, you know, we call it a smooth drum roller. They say it's the breakdown roller.
Yeah.
So, you know, in this case, the paver lays down the asphalt, right? We use a material transfer vehicle to put it in the paver. It lays it down. Then the smooth drum roller with vibration, which is called the breakdown roller, goes over top and is giving the asphalt its initial compaction. You then bring in a rubber tire roller, which kneads the asphalt all together. And then you bring your finishing roller, and the finishing roller is normally a smooth drum. Normally, if you vibrate, it would be very low settings, okay, or no vibration at all, and you're just now finishing it, taking out any marks and bringing up the compaction, and it all has to be done while the asphalt's at a certain temperature, right? Now with SMA, you can't use the rubber tire on that. So that second machine that goes on, because of the mastic properties, you can't, it would just stick to the tires and make a mess. So you use the first roller, would definitely have compaction. That's the breakdown roller, smooth drum. You now have a finishing roller, smooth drum, kneading the SMA together, right? So it's not sticking, and it's also then used as finishing roller. So, and you're right, in that last operation, that finishing roller, if you put your vibration on, you have that potential of crushing the aggregate. That's why it's usually not run. So part of the process has the vibratory on, the initial, but not the latter.
And do you know, going forward, there was a test strip that was laid on the 25th of July. Do you know what Dufferin did for that placement of the SMA test strip? Did they use the vibratory function for that, or do you know?
You know what? I can't say for certain, but I know your protocol to when that initial rolling, you have to have vibration on it, right? Unless the roller is really oversized and too big, then you wouldn't put the vibration on because you have to achieve compaction, right? So and when they were placing it, I can't recall paying attention if the vibratory was on initially.
Okay. What about on the last part of it?
On the finishing, I would assume I would assume they would only put it on if required to get the compaction up. But usually you achieve it by getting on while it's hot and just keep rolling it, right? So once you get this pattern, right, that, okay, and the testing, so you've got Dufferin's QC people, I have my Golder QA people, everybody's testing compaction with their nuclear devices, right? So once everybody says, oh, good, the compaction's good, this is good, right? So now everyone knows, all right, they place the asphalt, here's how many passes that breakdown roller has to do, and here's how many passes the other roller has to do, so that we know that that'll give us the compaction, right? So that's where that, the interaction between Andrew and his staff and Walter and his staff, extremely important. Because if they waited for me to be there, we'd still probably be paving. But anyway.
Okay, and then if we could go to image 52. Yeah, 52 and 53, please. And in paragraph 105A, this is July 23rd, 2007, a couple of days before the test strip is placed. Mr. Hayner of Dufferin emailed you and Phillips and you can see the email there where he writes, Walter, subject SMA aggregate concerns. Walter, please see the attached correspondence regarding the concerns of the aggregate which are to be used in the FC2 and SMA surface course mixes. As you are aware, we still have the test strip for SMA scheduled for this upcoming Wednesday and trust that the documents below will satisfy the concerns verbally identified. Should there still be concerns on this matter after reviewing this information, please call me at your earliest convenience so we can arrange a meeting to resolve this matter. And he is forwarding an email from Mr. Janicus dated July 20th, 2007. And if we could go to that document, it is DUF 1965.
Is that item C or item A?
That was A.
Okay.
There is a subsequent email as well, which we'll get to.
Okay.
And so you can see at the top, this is Mr. Hayner's email to Phillips, copy to you and Mr. Wari and Mr. Treenstra at Dufferin, the email that I just read to you. And below that, it's Mr. Janicus internally at Dufferin to Hayner and Gamble. And there's 4 attachment PDFs listed, and we don't have the attachments. We just have the images there. So do you know what the attached documents were? Do you recall receiving this and reviewing the attachments?
No, I don't recall. Obviously, I received it, but I don't recall. I don't recall the details of everything.
Okay. And one of them, the first one there, is the title on it. We don't have the document of the title of the PDF is Skid Resistance Report. Do you have any recollection of that attachment?
No.
And 3 times in Mr. Hayner's email, he refers to concerns. He talks about the concerns of the aggregate and the concerns verbally identified. Do you recall what those concerns were?
No, I don't.
Do you recall who raised any concerns at that point?
I'd be speculating that it was Ludimir, but I can't recall.
It was not you? Is that the case?
No, it wasn't me. No.
All right.
I wouldn't. Again, I would have. I believe the aggregate was approved back in May. So at this point, you know, we're into production. The mixed designs have been submitted. They're doing trial batches, right? And
yep.
So at this point, it's like, you know, what would be the concern with the aggregate? I don't recall this. I don't recall this issue. When you say it was approved back in May, certainly there's correspondence going back and forth, but we know that at this point in July, there are issues being raised about them. Right.
And so,
sorry,
you don't recall what these concerns were at all, though?
No. And what I had said is that the aggregates were approved for use back in May. So now, good, you have to do your mixed designs. So when you submit your mixed design, you're saying, here's what I'm using for the fine aggregate, coarse aggregate. This is, so this is, now here's my recipe so that I can meet your specifications. They're doing trial batches. And then that's all those, it's a different set of approvals that's going back and forth between Dufferin and Golders.
Are you talking about, if we could go back to OD3 image 41 and 42? Paragraph 80 refers to the May 8th, 2007 construction meeting, paving construction meeting number 7. And at the top of 42, it refers to the physical properties of the Quebec trap rock are all acceptable. And then it goes on to describe trials and so forth. Is that what you're talking about when you say that they were approved?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so it's the-
Basically at this point, it's a good aggregate that can be used to produce the SMA and FC2.
okay. And then if we could go to OD 3, image 51. Actually 50 and 51. These are emails on July 17th in paragraph 101 at image 50. This is Mr. Janicus of Dufferin emailing Dr. Uzorowski and you about ignition oven test results and other test results. And he's talking about the concern expressed over the percent breakdown discovered during the ignition oven testing. Do you recall the issue about ignition oven testing and the breakdown of aggregates?
Yes.
Okay. And that involved the process of extracting aggregates from the asphalt mix by using the ignition oven in order to conduct the asphalt content and to test the asphalt content and the aggregate gradation and by ignition oven method, which then resulted in a breakdown. So you do recall that specific issue at the time?
Yes, Ludimir raised it with me.
Okay. And then do you see in the second last paragraph, Dufferin raises the question, it is DCC's understanding that if the aggregates continue to meet the physical requirements of contract, that the SMA mix design will be approved for production on the City of Hamilton project, PW 06243. So would you agree with me at that point they have not been approved?
No, the mix designs, again, my understanding or my recollection is that they were approved back in May. And this ignition oven thing was a totally different matter, but can I just reread the paragraph?
Yeah.
Understanding. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I see what it says, and I can see how you could interpret it saying that we didn't have approval to use the aggregate. But again, my understanding was that, yes, they were approved back in May. Now they're just ironing out the details with the mix design and the trial batches going back and forth. And the only two mixes we had to do, the test strips were the RBM and the SMA.
Okay. And at the top of 102, it's an email the next day, Mr. Janicus to Dr. Uzorowski, when he's again talking about issues about the aggregates. And then he asks in the fourth paragraph, with the above mentioned results meeting the contract requirements, are the SMA and 12.5 FC2 mixes approved for production on the City of Hamilton PW 06243 contract? And then he asks, if after reviewing these results, there is still a question of the suitability of the aggregates, sorry, being blocked here, please advise Dufferin Construction Company immediately, and a meeting with all the stakeholders involved will be convened at the earliest possible opportunity. So would you agree with me at that point, there is an issue with the aggregates and the approval?
It seems that from reading this, it's that, and he sent that to Dr. Uzorowski, to Ludimir, correct? So
if we could go to
a potential, but from what I recall, again, through the meetings and everything, is that we had verbal approval to use them and that they were good with them. So, but anyway, that's what I recall from there. But I
what's the verbal approval that you're talking about?
Well, again, back in May, it was the, whatever was noted in the minutes, and then basically that Golders was good with the aggregate. So they were still finalizing the mix design so that they could put it down.
Okay, and then as we were just discussing on July 23rd, you've received this email from Mr. Hayner forwarding the package from Mr. Janicus, talking about concerns of the aggregate 3 times mentioned. And this is in, again, image 52 and 53. I had you look at in paragraph 105A, and I took you to that specific email with the forwarding the email from Mr. Janicus. So this is direct to you, and it's talking about concerns. And if should there still be concerns on this matter after reviewing this information, please call me at your earliest convenience so we can resolve the matter. It doesn't sound like at that moment that this issue has been resolved. Would you agree with me?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I was reading. Sorry, can you repeat the
Well,
question?
there's 3 times he mentions that there are concerns. They're forwarding this information to you and Phillips to address those concerns. And then they ask to convene a meeting to resolve the issue if there are still concerns.
If there are still concerns. So to the best of my recollection, I can't really recall all this, and I can't really recall the issues back and forth. Was it, that we needed to just, push Ludomir to give the final approval? But so I really can't recall this exchange back and forth.
Okay, so
Obviously I've received it, but I don't recall the exact conversations, and we didn't have a separate meeting about the use of the aggregates because the test strip was placed on July 25th, I believe.
That's right, 2 days later.
I see it in point 107. So
yeah, so
my memory's not that good.
That's okay. If we go to the top of image 53, then in paragraph C, Mr. Janicus then sends a second email that day, on the same day, July 23rd, to you and Phillips with the information about prior use of mixed aggregates by the Quebec Ministry of Transportation. And he says that's in addition to the information submitted this morning, which is the email we were just discussing. And he gives 3 examples of use by the Quebec Ministry of Transportation of projects involved in using the mixed aggregates. So these emails come to you and to Phillips, and not to Golder, not to Dr. Uzorowski. Do you know why that was?
No, I don't.
Okay, and you've described how that you relied on Dr. Uzorowski's advice with respect to all of these matters. Said if Dr. Uzorowski was happy, then we're happy, or words to that effect is what you said earlier this morning, right?
Correct.
Okay, so Dr. Uzorowski has testified that he did not receive these emails. They weren't forwarded to him, and he wasn't told about them. Do you know why that was?
No, I don't recall why they would. I would have assumed that they had already been given to him. So,
well, wouldn't you provide them to him if you were reliant on his advice?
Yeah. So if there are any concerns, again, for me, I can't recall, but given the history and how we worked, I'm sure we would have consulted with at least Andrew, but probably Ludomir as well. But I don't recall any specific conversations about it.
Right. Well, and they've testified that they were unaware. So,
okay.
And do you know why, though, this was sent to you and Phillips, not to Dr. Uzorowski, given that we've seen that the communications up till that point were between Dufferin and Golder with respect to approval of aggregates, mixed designs, and so forth?
No, I don't know.
Okay. And Was there any discussion with Dufferin or Phillips about not including Golder in the discussions at this point about the aggregates?
Oh, no, not to the best of my recollection, no, and that wouldn't have been how we operated. So,
Right, because it is odd.
yeah,
You would
Yeah.
agree, right? Like this is unusual and it's not the normal course for how these
Absolutely.
communications went on this project.
Absolutely. And yeah, and based from your perspective, definitely. So, I mean, I assumed that this had already been sent to Golders. So,
Well, there's no indication though that,
Yeah.
that it had already been sent to Golders. There's nothing that says we've already discussed this with Dr. Uzorowski in either of these emails. There's no indication that that took place. You agree with that?
yeah, I don't see them. Yeah, from this, I can't see anything where it was forwarded to them previously or anything like that. From what I see in front of me, yeah, and that does seem odd.
And from what you've described, this ought to have been shared with Dr. Uzorowski. Is that right? Because you were relying on Golder's advice as to the aggregates and the mixed designs as you described.
Again, I don't recall all this exchange, especially so close to placing the test strip. So if conversations were required with Golders, they would have taken place, but I don't recall them. So
Well, there's no indication that there was any discussion about this information with Gold. So you don't have any different information at this
No.
time, I take it.
yeah, I don't have anything more to add to that. Yeah, unfortunately.
And were you there 2 days later for the placement of the test strip? You were.
To the best of my knowledge, I believe I was there.
And do you have any specific recollection of that event, the test strip placement?
No, it appeared that it was going well. I don't recall specifics about it.
Okay, you don't recall anything notable particularly?
Yeah, I don't recall anything controversial, nobody being upset, nobody yelling, screaming. It's just, hey, it's going down, it's so nothing unusual, I guess, would be the answer.
All right, and then there was other than the RBM test strip, or having test strips something that you've been involved with before?
No, we've placed it on the link, the HL1 modified asphalt mix.
You mean with the steel slag?
So on that project, we had specified a test strip.
Okay. On the link. That was the only prior one that you've done. Okay.
Correct.
All right. And then there was a meeting on July 27th, 2 days later on site. And Dr. Uzorowski's notes indicate that you were in attendance. Do you recall attending that meeting about the test strip?
Yes, because I believe he would have had the results by then, right? It takes a couple of days to get the lab results.
And do you recall him informing you and the others at the meeting that the test strip had failed and why that was?
I don't have specific recollection of the discussion during that meeting.
Okay, and Dr. Uzorowski's notes indicated that he advised that the test strip had failed, and that he gave some reasons, but you don't have any specific recollection of that. Is that correct?
That's correct, but that's correct.
You don't disagree with it, you just don't recall.
Yeah, I couldn't say one way or the other. I'd be speculating, but again,
Okay.
based on the relationship, I'm assuming Ludimir would have told us about it.
Right, which he's indicated he did. And then there's an email. If we go to OD 55, And this is paragraph 111, which is a July 31st email to you, Phillips, Mr. Janikis, and it's also to Mr. Hayner, although it's not indicated on the in that paragraph. And if you could, maybe if you could expand that, registrar, and if you could just read that and let me know when you're done.
Sorry, I'm done reading. You can
Okay, great. Right, thank you. So Dr. Uzorowski has indicated for a number of reasons that the test strip has not been approved, and the paving will be at Dufferin's entire risk, he writes. But he says that he understands Dufferin Construction intends to place the SMA mix on the main line tomorrow. Do you recall if you discussed this issue with Dr. Uzorowski before he sent this email?
No, but again, in those, given how we were, I'm assuming this was discussed before with everyone. Dufferin wouldn't have gone and just paved without not telling us. And if you read the context of the email, you've done a lot of research. You realize that there's a lot of test parameters that, because this, Dr. Ludemir's email said, it said the mix did not meet the specified requirements. And then it's the laboratory air void at end design and the one material passing one of the sieve sizes. There's three different.
And I should say that he corrects that the next day to say that it's the 4.75 millimeter sieve size that it wasn't passing. Just
correct. So when now what he says in this is basically he's giving us advice. He's saying, here's the information, everyone, and this was sent to Dufferin, yes, as well. Okay.
Yep.
So everyone receives this, and he said the test strip is not acceptable. He didn't say it failed and should be removed, because that's a totally different story. So it didn't quite meet specs. It was out on a couple of parameters. I can't recall conversations, but I know Dufferin was very excited about getting this paved. They thought they could tweak whatever adjustments and start paving. So, and that's where Ludemir is saying this. And I kind of recall that this was sent late on July 3rd. Not too late. I think it was like, I can't remember, but it wasn't
July 31st.
It wasn't sent to like first thing in the morning. I think it was sent near the end of the day. And again, I think this is Ludemir's documenting, being diligent. Here I'm documenting because they said, I understand Dufferin intends to place the SMA, right? He didn't say, no, you can't. He didn't, we didn't have inspectors lying in front of the paver saying, no, you're not allowed to pave. That's happened on other projects. That's another story. But he basically said, test strip's not acceptable. We recommend a new test strip be completed. I have the contractor telling me that I can make the changes. I'm good. I don't want to do another test strip. Again, I'm kind of expanding here, but between all our conversations but what Ludemir says here is that Dufferin should be aware that the test strip has not been approved and the paving will be at their entire risk. This test strip was never removed. So it wasn't to the point, because if that was the discussion, rip it out. I don't want to hear it. Okay. So that's the relationship we had. So basically it was okay to be left in place. He's recommending you do another test strip, right? Get it right. You got to get it right. Dufferin saying, I've done enough, and I'm, there's a lot of speculation in there, because I do remember telling Peter Gamble, and I'm sure I said it to Peter, to Mr. Janicus as well. I can't remember if that's Paul, right? I'm pretty sure I said it to Paul. You want to go, it's at you, like Ludimir says, it's at your risk. And if it doesn't meet all the specifications, you're going to rip it out. So you want to proceed, go ahead, but you're going to remove it, right? And when you look at all, this is why you need an expert, because when you get all your test results back, not necessarily does everything pass every single one of the criteria you look at. And that's where you say, okay, this didn't meet spec, but how is that going to affect, is it going to impact the asphalt long-term? Is there a problem? Is it, if it's really bad, you rip it out. If it looks visually bad, even though you met all the specifications, you're probably going to rip it out, right? At least we would rip it out, but so basically sometimes what happens within the asphalt industry is that it's left in place and then there's a penalty applied, right? Because it's an end result specification. So again, the way I read this is I'm getting advice from my expert. He didn't say, it failed completely, remove it, we got to start again. Totally different context.
So, but he recommends that there be another test strip completed.
Correct. He recommends it, but now if he hadn't added that last paragraph about they should be aware it's hasn't been approved and they're at risk, then I would say it's a different conversation, because it's like, no, it hasn't been passed. You got to do it again. Sorry, guys. So what he's doing here is just saying, if Dufferin chooses to proceed, I'm telling you, you should put down another test strip. But if they choose to proceed, it's at your risk. But again, even if they got the test strip 100% right, as he's paving, if it doesn't meet the specifications and it's bad enough that, Golder says to me, this portion should be removed and replaced. And it's not just within the SMA. This is within all the asphalt that we've placed, starting from the rich bottom mix to the SP25 to the SP19, right? So you look and said, they've been achieving everything. Things are going well. And I recall the conversation with Peter Gamble, because I said, if it doesn't meet spec, you're ripping it out. And, and his response was to that order of, Marco, we have a portable plant. It's dedicated to this job. Okay. We think we've done everything right. We believe we can get this product down. I'm paving it during the day with no traffic. If I can't put this asphalt down, I should not be in business, period. So, okay. And just rest assured, Peter, if it doesn't pass, okay, and Ludimir says to take it out, it's coming out. I don't want to fight with you over this.
Okay. So when was this discussion with Mr. Gamble?
You know what, that discussion was around near the, around this time period.
Okay, so either immediately before the paving started or immediately after, within a few days after? Place it that directly?
Yeah, like I had several conversations with Peter about this, so I can't recall, but I'm sure I said it before, but one day that really sticks in my mind, and I checked it after the I think I just checked it like about a month ago or something like that, is because I had called Peter. It was a Sunday morning, because I believe they had a project that they were paving on the 403, and I knew Peter because he's really cares about the products they're putting down. All their staff told me Peter keeps his phone on while we're working at night. So if there's an issue, we call him. Sometimes he would call and check with his staff what's going on. So I couldn't remember when I gave this testimony, because I went, it was when my niece got married. I knew it was around the end of July, August. So I know I definitely called him when I checked back.
What did you check?
sorry, what I checked, I asked my wife, when was my niece's wedding? And it was the August long weekend. So now from these dates, you go back and say, okay, the Wednesday was on August 1st, I believe, was when you go back in the calendar. So I would have talked to Peter that following Sunday morning, because after the wedding, which took place, in Hamilton, close to where we live, we had family in from the States. So everybody came over to our house. And at a certain point, I went outside and said, I have to make a phone call. And I called Peter. And just to reiterate about the SMA, that, I actually said, if you don't want to put down SMA, we can talk about putting down SP 12.5 FC2.
Okay, that couldn't have been after August 1st, because they started paving on August 1st.
Oh, no,
So
but I
when did
know
you
I
have
had,
the conversation.
excuse me, Commissioner Council, I know I would have talked to Peter about it before, but the one conversation I recall was that Sunday morning at 2:00, because
That would have been August 4th.
that would have been August 4th, correct?
5th, I guess. Sorry, 5th. If the first, I don't have the calendar in front of me, but if the 5th.
No, but that's
First was a
yeah, because it would
Wednesday?
work out second, hang on, it would be second, third, fourth, it would have been the morning of the 5th, I guess, technically,
Okay.
right?
Okay, and that's when you told him,
Well, that was another time that I recall specifically, because it was everybody's over at our house and, still have your suit on. I said, I'm just going to go out on the back porch. I have to make a phone call. And I called Peter just to say, reiterating what I said, if it don't meet spec, you're ripping it out and we're not going to argue about it. And, that's when he reinforced, we should do it. I should be paving. If I can't pave this, I shouldn't be in business. I want to win paver of the year. So, there's, you can't recall, it was a very long, complicated project, certain things you do remember. And that one, because it was after a family wedding, Sunday morning, and I wasn't intoxicated. So I called Peter just to confirm.
okay. And does that mean, when you say if it doesn't meet spec, you're going to have to mill and replace it? That means if you don't meet the contractual requirements, that they'd have to redo it. Is that
correct?
Okay. Coming back to the test strip briefly before we go to lunch. As you described, Golder, Dr. Uzorowski, recommended in his email that a new test strip be completed. That's the recommendation. Was that your decision to then not have a new test strip placed prior to the paving commencing?
No, that was Dufferin's decision. And if Ludimir hadn't written that second paragraph, then, it could be interpreted differently.
Well, wait a sec. There was an addendum to the contract, addendum 1, I can take you back to it, which says that if the test strip is not acceptable, that the contractor will remove it and do it again. So so the city could, if it chose to, require another test strip be laid. And so the question is, whose decision is it to allow Dufferin to proceed once the recommendation has been made to do a new test strip?
Couple of points here. One, Ludimir did not recommend removing the test strip.
No, he recommended.
No, I'm
another-
just clarifying. It was left in place and we paid for the asphalt as well. Okay. And he recommends a new one. Dufferin was warned. So in the end, it's really, yes, was the city okay with this risk? Dufferin, you want to proceed at your own risk? Because they said, we can fine tune the things that are out. Yes, we can get them right. So we believe we want to get started. We believe we want to get this down. Okay. So yes, fine. So was it the city's decision or was it here, Dufferin, you can do it? However, now I don't have documentation of that, but I know I told them, and I know I called Peter that Sunday morning for sure.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to be clear. Someone had to make the decision to allow Dufferin to proceed rather than requiring them to put in a new test strip. Forget about ripping it out, doing a new test strip. Once Dr. Uzorowski made this recommendation, was that you? Appreciate Dufferin wanted to proceed. Dr. Uzorowski had said, I recommend that they do a new test strip before proceeding. Is that you then who made the decision to say, okay, Dufferin, you can proceed, but if you don't meet spec, you'll rip it out?
Yeah.
That was you?
From the best of my recollection, Ludimir recommended we do it, and that Dufferin should be made aware that they're paving at their own risk. So, to the best of my recollection, but it is sort of, I don't remember, like even over the whole test strip, I don't remember big arguments over it, discussions. It wasn't that, because it's a different, it paints a different picture, a different scenario.
I'm not asking if there was an argument. I just want to know.
No, I'm just telling you, I don't remember it being this controversial. So it's fine. So, but I'm speculating that I made the decision.
Okay, did you advise Mr. Moore? Did you ask him?
I can't recall if I passed this by Gary. Again, I'd be speculating that I would have advised him of what's going on. More than likely I would have, but I can't recall that specific conversation.
Okay. So more than likely you would have told Mr. Moore, but you don't recall.
Yeah.
And again, coming back to the issues before, but what you would have told Mr. Moore about and what you wouldn't have, you didn't. I want to ask you to think about this. Is this a kind of issue that you would have advised Mr. Moore about? Because we know you didn't advise him about the warranty issue. So does that mean you thought this was more significant?
Okay. The warranty issue was a different matter, and he was aware of the
underlying facts.
He was aware of the underlying facts, not a concern in the grand scheme of things. This, more than likely, and why I say that, I would have told him because, just in case Dufferin reached out to him or if Golder reached out to him, everybody was to be on the same page, right?
Okay.
So that's why I believe I would have told him, but if you ask me to swear, I can't recall the conversation, right?
No, well, exactly. And you are under oath. So
Yeah.
you are not to swear, but you've affirmed that you're telling the truth. So your best recollection is, well, number one, you can't recall, but you think you probably did. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner, it's 104.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, I didn't mean that. Sorry, I think they're going to try and fix the light thing in here more for future people. So I said, come at break time. That's probably a good time to do it, right?
That's fine.
Yeah.
We normally take an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah. Sorry, my apologies, Commissioner and Commissioner Council.
Not a problem. We normally take an hour and 15 minutes, Mr. Odie, so we'll return at 1:20. Stand adjourned until then.
Thank you. And could
2:20.
2:20. And Registrar, could we have an all council room? Could you send us council to that so we can just have a discussion about timing? Thank you.
Okay, Council.
Can I proceed, Commissioner?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Just want to then continue then with the actual mainline SMA placement, which we know began on August 1st of 2007 through to August 13th, 2007. And were you on site for the during the SMA placement during that time on a daily basis?
I can't recall. I didn't go out to the site. I would go out quite a bit, but depending what was needed to be done. So I probably wasn't out every single day of every single time we were putting down asphalt.
Right, and if they're doing it for however many hours in a day, perhaps you wouldn't have been there for the entire time.
Oh, correct.
But that would have been the main event at the time, correct? Is the mainline surface asphalt placement would have been that's the main event at that point in time. Is that correct?
What do you mean by main event?
Well, that's the main thing that's happening. That's the big construction event that's occurring during that time period.
Okay. Yeah. Then yes, that's correct.
Right. So, and this is your sole project. So I would have thought that, I mean, if you're not there daily, you must have been out there at least once each day. See what's
or every other day. It just, it depends. It also depends on, weather, rain days, things like that. But yeah, but the majority of the time we would definitely drop by because there was other things going on besides paving and right. So, yes.
Okay. And now, do you recall the order of the paving in terms of the direction, like where they started, northbound or southbound, and the direction that they went? Do you have a recollection of that?
No, I don't. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to suggest something to you, and you just, if you just don't remember, let me know. I think from the compaction results, what they say to me is that it started in the northbound lanes at the south end of the project and worked their way north, and then they did the southbound lanes coming in the southbound direction. Does that sound right?
I'd have to actually see those compaction reports
to
confirm because I can't recall which direction we started. So
that's fine. And in terms of that, did you see? I'm going to take you to an email on August 8th where Dr. Uzorowski emailed you regarding concerns about low compaction. Were you seeing the compaction results as they came in, or is that just not something that you looked at yourself?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Did you review the compaction results as they came in? We don't have any emails that are sending them to you. We have an email from Dr. Uzorowski to you on August 8th, where he says there's low compaction, and I'll take you to that. Right. But were you actually reviewing the compaction test results?
I don't recall, but if I'd be in the field, I'd be checking with our guys, our staff, as well as the reference QC people say compaction's good, we're good, that type of thing. But I don't recall specifically looking at test results. Okay,
so possibly you'd be talking to people about it, but you don't recall looking at the results themselves. Is that
correct? That's fair. Yeah.
Okay, and if we could go to overview document 3, pages 58, please. And in paragraph 119, you'll see there's an email from Dr. Uzorowski to you, Ed Phillips, and Mr. Dallas Reyes about his concerns about low compaction. He asks if you can call him on his number and indicates there are quite a few locations where the SMA compaction is low. Some are even below 91%. We are concerned about these locations. Low compaction is almost a constant issue with the SMA paving. I suggest we carry out additional new compaction testing at all these locations in the presence of the contractor's representative and then decide what to do. The feasible alternative would be to reduce the payment based on percent compaction. And so at this point, Dr. Uzorowski is telling you that this has been an, as he calls it, an almost constant issue, low compaction with the SMA paving, and this is a weekend at this point. And do you recall prior to this email, in the context you described with site visits and discussing with people, do you recall prior to this being aware that low compaction was an issue?
I don't recall. No.
Okay, don't recall one way or the other?
Correct.
Okay.
And
And
you said this is the weekend when this email is sent?
no, I said
Oh,
it's
sorry, I misunderstood. My apologies. I
a
misunderstood.
week. It's a week in.
Oh, a week. Oh, in. Oh, sorry, there we go. Okay.
No, you're fair.
I'm still going back to my calls, Sunday morning to Peter, so, which was over the weekend, the long weekend, right?
Right, and if that was the 5th, then this is 3 days.
That would have been the 4th, I think, right? Does that make sense? 5th? I
Sorry?
don't know. You have to work it back from
Yes.
whatever. Yes.
Okay, anyway, this is
Sorry, I
a,
digress. I'll be
And-
quiet, Commissioner Council. My apologies.
Dr. Uzorowski sends this email on August 8th. So you don't recall one way or the other whether you were aware of low compaction concerns prior to this email. Certainly, when you receive this email, you're aware of the issue, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall having any further discussions with Dr. Uzorowski? He asked you to call him about it. Do you recall having any further discussions with him about low compaction?
No, I don't recall any specific conversations.
Right. Do you think it's likely you did call him? He tells you to, or speak to him about it, given his invitation?
I would, there's no reason for me not to call him, and it would have been, based on our history, we would have went and addressed it right away. We wouldn't have waited for a month to deal with it. So, but I don't have any specific recollection, and I'm speculating that that's what I would have done.
Okay. And do you recall what was done about this issue?
No, I don't.
Okay. And what Dr. Uzorowski is describing, of course, is that with low compaction is that it's not in accordance with spec, which, as you recall from before lunch, you told me that you had advised Mr. Gamble, if it wasn't according to spec, that he'd have to rip it out. We know it wasn't ripped out. Do you recall any discussions or what your thought process was around that issue?
Council, I think we just lost Mr. Odie.
Yes. Our first technical glitch in some time. Yeah, he's frozen at my end too. Oh,
Okay. There.
Mr. Odie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Can you hear me?
Now, yeah.
Okay, because I had a little something popped up on this really nice widescreen. I got to get one for my office that said bad internet connection. So,
Okay.
sorry, do I need to repeat anything?
Probably. Hold on.
I just want to make sure that I have a connection again.
I can hear you, Commissioner.
Is there any video?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I had a message on my screen that suggested I was not connected.
Hey, we must have the same internet provider.
Hmm.
Interesting. Okay, so registrar, can we tell where we went off? Did the court reporter have a blackout there as well? Or a glitch?
And then he froze right before he answered.
Okay, so my question I think where we go back to is, if I'm looking at the real-time transcript, I believe, yeah, what I asked was what Dr. Uzorowski is describing in his August 8th email is low compaction. And he's talking about it not being in accordance with spec. That's what he's meaning. And you recall from before lunch, you told us that you would advise Mr. Gamble, if it wasn't according to spec, he would have to rip it out. We know it wasn't ripped out. Do you recall any discussions or what your thought process was around that issue? That was the question I asked Mr. Odie, and whatever you said after that was not heard by anyone else. So if you could please answer the question again for us. Thank you.
Sure. If you read the email, it's a very simple process, and doing the additional nuke compaction would not have been an issue. So, but I can't recall my discussion with Ludimir, but and again, I'm speculating, I would not have objected to this, no reason to object to it, to make sure that they were getting it right.
Right. So one thing is additional nuke compaction testing at these locations. Do you recall if that was done? That means doing it again at those same locations, right?
Correct. But,
Right.
but when he says nuke compaction, that's the device they use to measure the compaction.
Yeah, it's the nuclear density
The
test.
nuclear density, yes, yeah,
So he's suggesting do that again
correct.
for the locations where it's low. That's one possibility, and decide what to do. Or the other one would be to reduce payment.
I know we didn't do the latter, so, but again, I'm speculating we would have done the former, and I, again, don't recall it being an issue. I don't recall us any suggestions of ripping out, removing any asphalt. So to the best of my knowledge, this item was addressed.
Okay, well, we don't, there doesn't appear to be, we know there was no payment reduction. We know it wasn't ripped out, and not aware of further a redoing of the nuclear compaction testing on those areas that had already been done on. So is it also possible that nothing was done and that you just continued with the paving?
I'd be speculating answering that.
You don't recall one way or the other?
No, I don't recall one way or the other.
We talked earlier about with the test strip and the use of the vibratory mode on the rollers. Do you have any knowledge of what Dufferin was doing with respect to vibratory rollers, or any recollection of what they were doing with respect to vibratory rollers and the or doing with vibratory mode on while paving the main line?
No, I don't. I did describe before, the normal construction process would happen, but I wasn't paying that much attention to as it was going down.
Okay. And then the next paragraph, if we could blow this up, paragraph 120. So this is the next day following the email that you received from Dr. Uzorowski about the low compaction results. The next day, August 9th, you email Mr. Hayner, Mr. Gamble, and Mr. Wari, all of Dufferin. And here you write, this correspondence confirms that the Varennes de Mix aggregates have been approved for use in the SMA and Superpave 12.5 FC2 super surface course asphalt mixes on the Red Hill Valley Parkway mainline paving project. The trial batches for both mix designs met the specified requirements. If you have any questions, please call me. So you sent this email, correct?
Correct.
Why did you send this email?
I can't recall why I sent this email.
Okay. Well, we know that Dr. Uzorowski was not copied, nor was Mr. Delos Reyes at Golder. Do you know why you didn't copy them?
No, I don't.
All right, and you've told us that, again, it was Golder's role to, to approve or not approve, to advise on those issues about mixed design, aggregates, et cetera. And this email is confirming that those aggregates have been approved. This is you doing it. And so, except for the instances that we talked about on July 23rd, the communications in this regard were always from Dr. Uzorowski. So do you have any insight as to why you sent this email rather than Dr. Uzorowski sending this email?
No, I can't recall why I sent this email.
Okay, and you would agree with me that it is out of the normal course on this project for you to send an email of this nature?
Not necessarily. Again, from the best of my recollection, the aggregates were approved back in May. The SMA was already underway, and I believe, I can't recall if we were paving at this point Super Pay 12.5 as well, or it was, more than likely just SMA. But again, it's speculating. I don't know why I sent this. I don't know who requested. I just don't recall.
Right, but I understand that you don't recall. I'm talking about the normal chain of communications, given the roles and responsibilities that you described, regardless of whether it had previously been approved or not. That was Dr. Uzorowski's role, to communicate those things in the normal course of this project with Dufferin and with Phillips. Is that correct?
That's correct. But again, at this point, this is just stating a fact that already had been done months ago, that the aggregates are approved. I can't recall why I sent this email. Was it sent? Can you just, it's just the Dufferin?
Yes.
Just Dufferin?
Just Dufferin. Not sent to Phillips either.
Right. So again, I'd be speculating. So I just can't recall why I sent this email. And it wasn't overstepping it. In my opinion, in my view, I'm just stating something that's already been a known fact. And again, the SMA, it was being placed. I can't recall if the 12.5 is being placed, but so unfortunately, I just can't recall why I sent this email.
Okay, to recap though, excuse me, you say that they were approved months before, and we talked about that reference to the physical properties of the aggregates, the reference on the in the minutes of May 8th, saying that they appeared to be satisfactory, or what the wording that was in that, or appeared to be acceptable in the minutes from that meeting. But then we also see the concerns that were expressed, the issues that were raised in emails in July about the aggregates, and Dufferin seeking approval for them, and asking to even convene a meeting if there were problems. And so it appears from the perspective of other people that they were not at least fully approved at that point. But from your perspective, you're saying you understood that they had been approved back in May, and that was it, despite all of those communications.
Well, again, we were placing the SMA. So
Sure.
when you think logically, and from my perspective, if the aggregate wasn't approved, why were we placing it? So I don't remember this being an issue. I don't recall why I sent this. And it's just a written confirmation of what's already been approved. And again, I'm speculating, but based on how we did the project, I wouldn't have sent this unless, Golder, had said it was okay to send. But I can't even recall. I can't even recall if I talked to Ludimir about this. So, or to Walter. So I just can't recall this email and why I sent it.
I am corrected that Phillips was copied on that email. So I apologize.
Okay.
I apologize for that. I think that's the answer. Yes, it was sent to Phillips and Dufferin.
Yeah.
So
it could have been a mistake on my part. I don't know. But again, I can't recall why I sent this email.
Okay.
So again, in any further elaboration, I'm speculating, right? Like
Okay.
there was no, we worked together. There was no, oh, don't listen to Ludimir, override him. There wasn't any of that in this project. So, again, like you said about the compaction earlier, great, thank you, we dealt with it, right? Now, given that I didn't have, a BlackBerry to get emails, I don't know when I received that email from Ludimir. My mode of operation was, if it's urgent, call me.
Right.
And we deal
But
with
it's
it right away.
And that's fine. But given the way that you've again described it, and that there, you say there were no issues with communication and stuff, given that we know Golder did not receive, there's no record that this was ever sent to Golder, and both Dr. Zarowski and Mr. De Los Reyes say that it wasn't sent to them, and they were unaware of this email being sent. They weren't told about it, that it is out of the normal course on this project. You would agree with that?
Again, not necessarily, but I guess,
Okay.
sure, if that's how you read it, sure.
Okay. By that point in time, had you been advised, we know that later Dufferin applied for inclusion of demix aggregates on the MTO's designated source materials list. That happened later on. Did anyone tell you prior to your sending this email that that was Dufferin's intention? Were you aware of that?
I was aware that Dufferin was going to apply to say, we'd like to get it on the designated sources list, so the DSM list, designated materials list. So I knew that. But again, that's just speculating why I sent this just to Dufferin and Walter. But that it's a logical conclusion, but I can't say 100%. That's why I sent it. I knew they said they were going to apply and try and get it on that list.
Right. So prior to your sending this email, you were aware that that was Dufferin's intention. Is that right?
To the best of my recollection, yes, but I couldn't tell you, when I knew it. But I know they were going to try and get it on that DSM list.
Okay. And then to take it further, if I've understood what you said, that you don't know, you don't recall whether that was the reason you sent them this email on August 9th, but it's certainly possible that that is why you sent it.
That would be a logical explanation, but I can't swear that that's the exact truth. Yes, it could be for that. But again, I can't say 100% because I don't have a real good recollection of why I sent this.
Do you think more likely than not that's why you sent it? Or
well, more than likely.
Commissioner, if I can just interject here, the Commission Counsel has asked the same question a number of times now, and Mr. Odie has given his evidence, and I think we're bordering on redundancy here.
Okay. Mr. Lewis, I'll let you ask the question. I'll give you one more question on this topic, and then we ought to move on.
Okay. Just if you think it's more, that's the most likely explanation, even though you don't know for sure. Is that right or no?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then on image 60. Paragraph 126, these are the August 21st, 2007 construction meeting number 10 minutes, which are now, I guess, 8 days after the completion of the SMA paving. And in the fifth bullet down in point 1, It says Golder has completed their analysis and provided written confirmation indicating the SMA mixed design is satisfactory. So we have that reference, but we don't have the written confirmation. Do you have any recollection of that written confirmation or when it was provided?
No, I don't. Okay. And they also have it for the 12.5 as well.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, sorry, immediately below the point that I was referring to. Yeah.
I assume that was you highlighting it, right?
Wasn't me, it was our registrar, but.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He's very helpful. All right.
Sorry, was the 12.5 the fifth point, or was the SMA the fifth point?
The SMA was the fifth point.
Fifth point, okay.
Is Golder, yeah, there's two where at the start Golder has completed their analysis. Yeah. Okay, and then at image 61, I guess 61 and 62, there's a series of emails that are internal to Golder, only internal to Golder, on August 21 that follow, that they're after that site meeting that we were just looking at, regarding the extraction gradation test results for the SMA tests that have been completed. And there's discussion internally about a number of the samples being rejectable and potential mislabeling of some of them. And the question is, were you made aware of any issues with the SMA test results, the asphalt test results?
I don't recall.
Okay, don't recall one way or the other, or you don't think you were?
I don't recall one way or the other.
Okay. Would you expect to be made aware if the results were not in full compliance with the specifications?
Given, the open working relationship, if there was a real concern, yes, I believe Golder would have made me aware.
Right, if there was a real concern, but
Correct.
our test results, do they tend to be 100% in spec?
Well, you know what, if I may quote Ludimir, he said, if someone tells, I think he said throughout his career, he only had one job where he had 100% everything passed. We've been successful in getting, perhaps 2%, which is amazing. So it's not the norm where again, I said that before, where sometimes just because some parameters fail doesn't mean that it's bad enough that you have to remove the asphalt. And that's where you rely on someone with Ludimir's and even Andrew's, extensive experience as to what's the long-term implication, does it need to be removed? Okay, then should a penalty factor be applied? So that's just how the industry has gone to, right?
But your point being, though, that 100% compliance is not something that's expected. And is that accord with your own experience?
Anyone who is actually in the testing and construction of pavement would know this. Yes.
Right. And is that also your own experience?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
The idea of testing, though, is so that, we did this on the link, and this is why we asked Golder to put the lab out on the site, so that, you weren't losing time delivering samples to a Whitby lab, because, we need to know results right away. You need to know right away. And if there's a problem, you need to then talk to the plant manufacturer, and adjust things, because the idea is just to get everything right. So we were putting all the pieces together so that, we could achieve it. And not just for the top asphalt, it's for all of them. Again, rich bottom mix, this is the first time it's going down. I don't know if it was in Canada. I wasn't involved in papers, but there's a lot of really good things going on in this project. The rich bottom mix, extremely important. This is the first time I've seen the SP25, that large one, even given my other, experience. Usually it's an HL8, which is like your SP19. So this is just an extremely great project. And I keep going back. I wish we would have done it on the link just to have that longevity for that portion of the road.
Okay, thank you. To turn now to the MTO skid testing, which ultimately occurred on October 16th, 2007. Before we get to the testing itself, what do you know about who initiated the skid testing that was ultimately conducted? Do you know?
I don't know who initiated that. Again, I'm speculating. I sort of assumed it was Ludimir, because I'm almost certain that Ludimir and Gary were going to be writing papers about this project. I believe they were even talking about, I can't remember if Dufferin was a co-author, but so if Ludimir said we're going to do some skid testing, I would have, yeah, sure, whatever you need.
Right.
And then my own, sorry. Anyway.
No,
I don't know who initiated it. I'm sorry.
Okay, you don't know, but then you speculate that it was Ludimir for the reasons that you described.
Correct.
Do you know if the skid testing was requested in relation to a paper that was going to be written?
No, again, that's total speculation on my part.
Okay. If we could go to overview document 4, image 50. And paragraph 111, image 50, sorry, image 50, paragraph 111, September 11th, 2007. Chris Raymond of the MTO was emailing internally at the MTO about some discussions with Ludimir Uzorowski. And at that time, he's indicating there are very limited City of Hamilton staff around this week, including the project manager. So first of all, are you the project manager?
Yes, I'm the project manager.
Okay, so that he's referring to you at that point.
Yeah, technically I was the senior project manager, but my kids always joke that you're doing the same job you did on the link. Now you're doing it on Red Hill. Did they just give you that because you're older, that title? So anyway, I digress.
No, I get it. And then he indicates, I informed him that we would conduct the testing once the request is received. Do you have any recollection about the need for having a written request from the city for the skid testing to take place? Do you recall that issue?
No, I don't.
Okay. And what was your involvement in setting up or organizing the testing?
From the best of my recollection, it would have been more to, make sure Dufferin's good with it. So whether I did it, Walter, Andros, again, because we all work together, what we wouldn't want to do is, where you're working Dufferin, where can they be on the site? Because then you're into, potential constructor issues. So
right.
where is it safe for them to do the testing? Because I believe the testing had to be done at the actual 90 kilometers an hour, the posted speed.
That's right. Okay, but it was before the highway was opening, and so it was still under the control.
Oh, correct.
Of Dufferin and Phillips at that point. Is that right?
Yeah, technically. I mean, we did a lot of tours while we were building Red Hill with the different groups, with various people. Chris was instrumental in doing it. And it was like, okay, if you're going to do this, you need to coordinate with Jim Rockwood and myself, because we were doing this even as we were building it. It's okay, not everywhere was accessible. So even at this point, I'm bringing out the HSR, which is our Hamilton Street Railway. We're bringing out police, fire, ambulance. So it's here it is, and
Okay, but you're not bringing that out for the skid testing. You're talking.
oh no.
you're
That's
bringing
just.
out
But
people
again,
for tours and-
again, Dufferin. We might bring out a bus and drive it on here. To see, because I think they were going to get off at Green Hill, so it was like to do those kind of tests for those other people within the city. We're meeting with other groups because this project is what you go, oh my God, it took years to get to fruition, and now we're handing it over to our operations people. So, it's like, okay, well, this, you got to operate this. This is how you can get to this maintenance hole, for the CSO. This is how you can get to the old Red Hill sanitary trunk sewer that snakes its way through the valley, which is totally under the road. So, every group that eventually had to look after something on here was brought in, given tours. At this point, I know they were doing tours for, probably departmental management teams, senior leadership teams. So there was all kinds of, it was like we were tour guides for a bit. So, but it was.
Okay, well, let's talk about the
Sorry.
tour guide, the tour guiding for the MTO skid testing.
Correct. And that was basically just let them come in and, where can they go and do this test safely? So we didn't actually, they just came in and do the work, and I wasn't there when they did it. I just aware it was going on and when.
Right. Okay. And I think the email traffic shows that predominantly it was Mr. Dallas Reyes that was making the arrangements on behalf of the city. Is that record with your recollection?
Again, like I said, it could have been, I would have said Dufferin, this is what's going on. And then the actual coordination was probably Andrew or Walter in my best recollection.
Okay. Now, we know that the skid testing took place on October 16th. And if we could go to image 63. And we know that on October 18th, Dr. Uzorowski forwarded it is paragraph 141, forwarded an email from Chris Raymond at the MTO to you and Mr. Moore, attaching the MTO friction test results. And you can see in 141, he says, please find attached the results of the friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway completed for us by the MTO. I will call you to discuss the results. And
well, sorry, I apologize, Commissioner Council. I was reading 142 and I said, where are you reading?
Oh.
I apologize. You were reading 141, right?
I was, and that's fine. So if you could have a look at 141, tell me when you're done.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. And now the first thing is, actually, perhaps if we could go up to the preceding, I guess, pages 61 and 62. We'll see what Dr. Uzorowski was forwarding to you. 61 and 62. Yeah, so in paragraph 139, at the bottom 62, that's what Dr. Uzorowski forwarded to you, was the email from Mr. Raymond to Dr. Uzorowski and Mr. Dallas Reyes with the results, and the results are on the above there, which were attached. So if you could just look at that and what he wrote, and let me know when you've read it.
Yep. I'm
Okay.
finished.
And So the first thing is, did you understand how to interpret the skid testing results? You've been sent this, you got the email, and you got the attachments. Did you have any understanding of how to interpret the results?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Had you been involved in friction testing previously?
No, I haven't been.
Okay. And we know that there was some testing using the British pendulum test done on the link back in 1997 and 1999 that Mr. Moore was involved in. Did you have any involvement in that? It was done by Jagle, John Emery company, and you referred to Mr. Emery earlier, but specifically Dave Hine at that point. Did you have any involvement in that testing or knowledge of it when it was occurring?
No, I can't recall if I was. I'm pretty sure I wasn't involved in it.
Okay. You're not copied on the memos and stuff at the time. I'm just wondering if you were aware of it occurring and you don't recall being aware of that?
No.
Okay. And I expect that we will hear evidence from Frank Marciello, who was the skid test operator, skid trailer operator for the MTO, that there was, that he did perform skid testing on the link at some point in prior to the Red Hill opening at some point. Did you have any knowledge of that or recollection of that issue?
No.
Okay. So Dr. Zarowski in his email to you and Mr. Moore indicates that he will contact you or both of you to discuss. Do you recall discussing the results with Dr. Zarowski?
Yes, vaguely. I do recall discussing it. And I believe we were out on site at that point.
So you think this was an in-person discussion rather than on the phone, to the best of your recollection?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So what can you tell us about what you recall from that conversation?
From what I recall, that was, I said, I don't know what the numbers mean. And Ludimir said, they're actually very, and it was like, okay.
Sorry, there was a glitch that I got. I don't know if others got it.
Sorry.
So if you could repeat that just to make sure it's covered for the transcript. You had the on-site discussion you recall with Dr. Zarowski, and I think you said that you said you didn't understand the results. And then he said
they're actually very good.
And
something to that effect. We didn't get into the technical details of what the numbers mean, what range you had to be in or anything like that. So it was I just remember he said they were very good for SMA.
For SMA, okay.
Correct.
And what about for SMA? What did you take from that? And was there any further discussion around that issue? But what for SMA means?
No, I don't recall.
Well, you referred earlier to becoming aware of the early age, low friction SMA issue. And you indicated that it might have been around this time that Dr. Zarowski discussed it. Was this when it was? When he was mentioning this to you?
More than likely, because I remember when Ludimir made me aware of it, we were in the field and it was late in the project, getting close to, so logically it makes sense. Then that's when it came up about the initial friction of SMA being low, because the aggregates are basically, it's a gap graded mix. So you've got these large particles of asphalt that's what gives you the rutting resistance. And then you have that, the mastic in between. So that coating of the asphalt cement on the mixture wears off with traffic. So, and then, because when Ludimir said this, my first, and I don't recall speaking to him about or saying it, or I might have said, then why do we use it? And no, it's an initial thing. It wears off, and then your friction is very good. You have the rut resistance. It's quiet. All the other things. That the properties of SMA. And then in my mind, logically, I can't recall if I said this to Ludimir, or is it something you conclude after to say, you think about MTO highways when they're doing work. It's at night. They don't have the amount of time and construction traffic that maybe we would have had, before you open that, whatever they had just paved. We finished paving, to the best of my recollection, we were done paving the main line, mid-September. We might have been working on the shoulders, but that was a different mix.
The SMA was finished in mid-August.
Oh, mid-August, right. But I'm saying then all our ramps and, the SP 12.5 was done. I thought, or maybe even it was the shoulders that were done by mid-September. So now we're out there striping, guide rail, finishing up seating, whatever. So we got all kinds of construction traffic and, inspection traffic driving up and down on the road, wearing away that film. So it was just, I wasn't aware of the early friction, and to the best of my recollection, this is when I was informed of it by Ludimir.
About the early age, low friction issue.
Correct.
Okay. And did you have any discussion with Dr. Zarowski about the number 30 that was referred to in Mr. Raymond's email that he forwarded to you?
No, I can't recall any discussion about that.
Okay. And this discussion, was this just between you and Dr. Zarowski, or was Mr. Moore also present at that time?
To the best of my recollection, it was just Ludimir and myself.
Okay. And do you know if Mr. Moore had a separate conversation with Dr. Zarowski?
I don't know.
Do you recall discussing the results with Mr. Moore?
No, not in particular. No.
And does that mean that you may have or you may not have, but you don't recall either way?
Yeah, I don't recall either way. Again, I know Ludimir and Gary were going to be writing papers for TAC. I vaguely remember conversations. Like, I can't recall if Dufferin helped with the first paper. I didn't really keep track of the papers and stuff they were writing as they went to TAC presentations.
Okay. So you mentioned the papers again, and this doesn't appear in a paper later, but was that your impression at the time, that was the purpose of the friction testing, was for use in a paper? Or was that your impression?
No, again, I'm speculating. Okay, they're just gathering data. Ludimir is an extremely intelligent, resourceful man. He's a PhD, and this is meaningful to him, I guess. And is it for a paper? Does it help? I don't know. So again, but that's total speculation on my part. Because the city, to the best of my knowledge, the city, as well as most municipalities in Ontario, I'm not aware of any municipalities in Ontario that have a friction management program. We assess, how we assess roads is basically top-down cracking, right? Or bottom-up cracking and potholes. So again, look at the wonderful concept of perpetual pavement. You've got it's not just deep strength, because when I was told the Don Valley Parkway got a perpetual pavement award, I remember, that was early in the discussions. We're going perpetual pavement. And I said, wow, that's interesting, because, the Don Valley is older than me. Why aren't we doing that? Why didn't we do that on the link? Right. But then when you look at how it happened, the Don Valley was just because of overlays. So now you had deep strength asphalt, and you go, wow, okay. And that's one of those, oh, wow, if I could go back and redo that road, I would have said, yeah, put that extra asphalt in there and do what we're doing here, because the flexible rich bottom mix this is where, Ludimir, this is why he was doing that design. It's an SP 12.5 with a higher AC content that's flexible. So to stop the propagation of bottom-up cracking. So now all we're dealing with is top-down cracking, which is normal wear and tear. And the whole concept of perpetual pavement is then to get on that asphalt and replace it before that cracking gets down into the second lift of asphalt. And, you can extend the life of pavement by doing crack sealing, which, unfortunately, we used to have a crack sealing program, then we stopped doing it in the city of Hamilton. So when you look at all this, this is a wonderful thing for the taxpayers, because you need to go in. My understanding was every 10 to 15 years. And, if you do crack sealing, you could probably extend it to the 15. Otherwise, you're in there in a time period, you remove the top asphalt, replace it. And you've got a system that will now last, 50 or longer years.
Okay, so that was an answer to my question about what your understanding was the purpose of the friction testing. So on that point,
yeah.
So you said it was pure speculation about it being for a paper. Isn't the other possibility that it was because there was a concern about the friction levels? Is that not the other possibility for conducting friction testing?
You know what? But it may have been Ludimir's concern, but no one ever said it to me before we did this testing. So I wasn't aware of that concern about sorry, what did you say it called?
A concern about the friction level, the concern about the frictional qualities.
I wasn't aware of that. The initial friction levels are low till the traffic wears it off.
I understand, but that, in any case, you're saying that no one told you that there was a concern about friction levels?
No.
Okay, thank you. Now, you received the skid test results. Did you send the results to Dufferin or Phillips?
I don't believe I did. I don't recall forwarding it.
Okay. And we don't have any
But
emails. We don't have any emails that suggest you did. I'm just asking.
Okay, I was going to ask if you found them, then I did.
No,
right?
but we don't have 100% complete records. Long time ago.
Okay.
Did you tell anyone at Dufferin or Phillips about the skid test results?
I don't recall any conversations except with Ludimir about it.
Okay. And did you send the skid test results to anyone else in the city?
Sorry, can you repeat the question
Did
again?
you send the skid test results to anyone else inside the city? Any other staff, anyone else inside the city?
In 2007?
Yes.
Oh, no. Sorry, because I like late, whatever, I can't remember what year. It was probably in, I don't know if it was late 18 or early 19, as part of an FOI, I would have sent this to the person who was collecting the information.
Okay, and you're going to be testifying at another point, right, so that you can talk about it then. I'm talking about around and about the time this occurred.
Yeah, 2007, I don't recall sending this to anyone.
Okay. And do you recall telling anyone else in the city about the results around or about that time?
No.
Okay. And we know that the MTO conducted further skid testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, and 2014. When did you become aware of those tests having taken place?
Oh, it's part of this judicial inquiry.
Okay. And just before we take our afternoon break, one document, it's just to close the loop on something you said earlier. Registrar, this is the document we sent over to you this afternoon. It's Hamilton 62769. And so, Mr. Ruddy, early on in our discussion today, we were talking about, 4 tendered drawings, 4 construction drawings, and as constructed drawings. We're talking about how, for the most part, they weren't done for the Red Hill Valley Parkway, the north-south portion. We do have fairly recently produced as constructed drawings. This is for the link.
Mhm.
You'll see this one, it's as constructed November 15th, 1997. And each of the drawings indicates that there were for tender for construction and as constructed. And so this particular one, it's from Upper Wellington to Dartnell. It's not called the link at the time, of course, but it's from Upper Wellington to Dartnell. So that's a portion of what became the link, right? It's about half of it, am I right?
Approximately, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
around and about. And so these are as constructed drawings for the link. Is that, but we don't have them for the Red Hill, except for, as I said, appears to be for a couple of small portions. Do you know why the difference? In the way of treatment?
I guess I was better at my paperwork back then. I don't know, but can I explain how this contract went? Because see how it says Part A as well on this cover sheet? There was two mainline paving contracts in 1997. And you're correct that I think the name, the suggestion of the name came from I believe it was Chairman Terry Cook to name the new facility after Lincoln and Alexander Parkway. But anyway, so the first tender was, and I think it was contract 97225 SPO. That would have been the mainline paving from Upper Wellington all the way to the 403. And this one was Part A of this contract. And then, but that's because the portion, I believe it was Stantec, went to a portion just beyond Upper Ottawa. So Part B of this contract was prepared by Phillips Engineering. So we would have had a Part B to this contract, but they were tendered at the same time and Dufferin got the whole contract. So it could have been, maybe we did have a construction tech working with us. More than likely, he either followed up or I don't know if I followed up, but so that's.
I just wanted to close it up. I mean, it wasn't a matter, of course, that the city did not do as constructed documents,
right.
as constructed drawings for roads, right?
Yeah. Correct. And it's just one of those little comical things because our construction tech, when we built the link, his first name was Marco as well. So, he was young Marco and I'd say old Marco and a few other things, but anyway. So sorry, I digress again.
No problem. Commissioner, would this be a good time for the afternoon?
It would. It's almost 3:20. How long do we take?
So I really have one more topic to do. I mean, I could do. I could do that now. I think it's a 5-minute thing, and then we could see where we're at with other council, or we could.
Why don't we do the 5 minutes and then we'll take a break and you can consult with the council during the break.
Thank you. So we go back to overview document 3, registrar, and it's image 69. And it's the, actually it should be 69 and 70. Paragraph 146. And so this is on February 4th, 2008, you emailed Dennis Billings, who was at the time the head of the geotechnical engineering section, Central Region, Provincial Highways Management Division at the MTO. And the subject line was Red Hill Valley Parkway, stone mastic asphalt. And I'd like you to read this is the entire email, and then there's some photographs that were attached to it as well. But if you could read the email. Just let me know when you're done.
Almost there. I'm done, Commission Counsel.
Thank you. So, in the first couple of paragraphs, you're talking about, background. This is what the Red Hill Valley Parkway is, and some general information. And then you talk about stone mastic asphalt and the asphalt cement used, HL1 on the shoulders, and SP 12.5 FC2 on the ramps and ramp shoulders. And then you talk a bit about the echelon placement used for the SMA and superpave 12.5. And you attach some pictures of the SMA placement, as I mentioned. And then in the last paragraph, you state a 280-ton SMA trial section was placed on the W-S, which is west-south ramp.
Correct.
Of the Mud Street interchange. The trial section met the contract specifications and was left in place. And then you go on to talk about quantities and costs, and you mentioned the dollar figure, the extra cost of $1 per ton more than the superpave. So first of all, did you know Dennis Billings?
No, I didn't.
No. Okay. Do you recall how you knew to get in contact with him, or how you became in contact with him?
To the best of my recollection, he called me.
Okay. And did he ask you to send this?
To the best of my recollection, that would be the only reason I would send it to him. And I can't recall if we talked in person or if he left me a message with his email address and I sent it to him. I'm almost certain that, the latter was the case, but again, that's speculation on my part.
Okay. This is sort of your best guess at this point?
Correct. Correct. That's my best guess at this point.
Okay. And so at this point, it's February 4th, 2008. The Red Hill had opened a few months earlier. And so you think maybe it was because he made the request. Do you have any other insight as to why you sent it?
I believe it was at his request. And
But
again,
for what purpose?
well, and again, I was aware that Dufferin wanted to get this on the DSM list. So, but again, it's speculation, and it may be illogical, but I don't know if, Dennis, it says here he's the head geotechnical engineering section. I don't know if he's involved in the DSM. So it's just, but that's pure speculation on my part.
Okay. And so you write that in that first sentence of the last full paragraph, when you're talking about the trial section, you say the trial section met the contract specifications and was left in place. So we know it was left in place, but we know that it did not meet the contract specifications. You would agree with that?
It didn't meet all the specifications. Yes, I'd agree with that.
Well, the test strip, Dr. Uzorowski failed the test strip. And as a result, he said that they were proceeding at their own risk.
Well, okay.
So
Again, in the context of this email, again, I can't recall the controversy of the test strip or the alleged controversy. So I'm reporting, and again, I'm more than likely I wouldn't have sent this to Dennis Billings unless he asked for the information. And so in my mind, I can't recall everything that happened.
Right, but apart,
I guess the intent of the email is that, basically the test strip generally met the contract specifications. It was left in place. Again, Ludimir said, he didn't say that it had failed and had to be removed. It was rejectable on everything. It's going to compromise because if it was going to compromise the long-term integrity of the road, given everything that was going on, it wouldn't have been left in place. So now when you think about this, I don't even recall the controversy that was, it was 6 to 7 months prior, right? Award-winning road, finally open. There's awards, there's papers, perpetual pavement, Hamilton on top of things. So I'm just here's the information. And also knowing that, okay, Dufferin had said, yeah, we're going to try and get on the DSM list.
but what you said wasn't true. Dr. Uzorowski
But it generally
expressly said, just let me finish, please.
Sorry.
It expressly said in his email on July 31st, the test strip is not acceptable. We recommend a new test strip be completed. Dufferin Construction should be aware that the test strip has not been approved and the paving will be at their entire risk. We also know that on the 27th, at a meeting you were at, Dr. Uzorowski told Dufferin in your presence that the test strip had failed. So in light of that information, would you agree with me that this is not accurate, what you are saying in your email to Mr. Billings?
No, the intent of the email, and if I want to be specific, it should have said it generally met the contract specifications and left in place. However, also given, what I said before about not getting 100% test results on everything, it's very safe to that Dennis Billings would be aware of that, given his role at MTO. So the intent wasn't to create this lie. Again, in my best recollection, there wasn't this big controversy over leaving that trial section in. If that was documented, that's different. So when you look at what happened, you look 6 to 7 months later, that was not my intent to say something bad against Golder or going against what they said. So it
doesn't say anything.
But technically, from a legal perspective, if I had that word generally in there, it would have covered, the concern that you're raising. And again,
well, it's not about covering it or from a legal perspective. I'm asking about being accurate.
In my mind,
isn't the honest answer for this to say that the test strip was failed?
No, again, it wasn't approved. Didn't fail. It wasn't approved. That's different.
Okay.
And that's my point. So in my mind, because we left it in place, yes, it was good enough to leave in, ergo, it meets, it should have, if you want to be technically correct, right to the letter, it should have said met most of the contract specifications. Why I put that even in there, I don't know. Again, I vaguely remember the request coming from Dennis. I didn't know him. Obviously he got my name somehow. I don't know. I don't know if he got it from Ludimir, more than likely, if it's about the DSM list, he would have got it from someone at Dufferin. So, I can't recall, the specifics.
Okay. You mentioned in your initial response when I asked you about what you wrote, you mentioned about awards and articles and so forth. What's the pertinence of that to this issue?
Oh, no, I'm just saying, again, it was just tried to prepare you with the context in terms of, the incident back in late July with the test strip. At this point in time, it's sort of, I can't even recall it. And even at this point, it wouldn't be in my mind. Right. So it's, again, the intent of what I wrote here is that it generally met the specifications because we left it in place.
Because it was left in place, that means that it was acceptable, that it met the contract specifications.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. We have your evidence. I don't have any further questions, Commissioner. Perhaps if we could now, a little longer than 5 minutes. If we could take the break now and if I could confer with council.
Sure. What do we do? Take a 10-minute break, but it looks like we should think about adjourning at 4 and having Mr. Odie come back tomorrow. I'll leave it to you and council to discuss the best way to proceed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Registrar, if you could put us into the all council room.
Hello, Commissioner? Mr. Odie?
If I could do one thing, I realized we didn't make an exhibit of a document. And so Registrar, could we mark as exhibit 33, HAM 62769? That was the link drawings that we put up.
Okay, thank you, Council. Noted.
Thank you.
May I proceed?
Commissioner, I think Ms. Roberts is going to go first. And when she's done, perhaps we could assess then about the timing of whether to proceed further today.
Okay, good. Please proceed, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you. Mr. Odie, I'm Jennifer Roberts and I'm counsel for Golder. I have to ask from the outset for your patience because I'm going to move around some documents. First of all, just so that I understand the language, does Hamilton describe the Red Hill Valley Parkway as a mountain cut road? Mountain cut? Mountain cut? I've seen it written somewhere because it comes off the Hamilton Mountain down towards the.
Yeah, I guess technically it's an escarpment. So, but everyone in Hamilton calls it Hamilton Mountain, but it doesn't have the height to be classified as a mountain. So
I wasn't going to say that.
oh no. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to refer back to the preliminary design report in the 2006 revision. There's a reference in there to the MTO geometric design manual as being the standard by which the Red Hill Valley Parkway is designed to. Was that what ultimately was done?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. Just the last sentence. Sorry.
Was the design reference? It says the geometric design manual.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
Okay, and when you say design manual, is the complete name for that the 1985 MTO Geometric Design Standards for Ontario Highways?
I'd really have to look it up. I can't recall if that's the name of the document.
Okay, but are we right in thinking that the design standard was the 1985 on MTO's guide? We describe it more generally that way?
Yeah, I don't know for sure what the date of the document was. Normally, we just refer to it as the MTO Geometric Design Standards, and they revise them, as required. So I don't know specifically the one that was which date of the one that was used for the, but I assume it would be the most current one.
Right. So
at that time.
Well, that's exactly my point. So at the time designing in the late 1990s, early 2000s, you've got two choices. You've got TAC or MTO, and I understand from that you designed to the MTO guide.
So sorry, you know what? I was thinking that IADP redesigns. No, you're right. Back in 1990, that was probably the most current MTO standard.
Okay, thank you. And in the initial design, there was provision for a six-lane highway, and that was revised, was it not, to the 4?
We only, the road has been designed to accommodate 6 lanes. We only paved 4 because they looked back at the traffic volumes and said the widening can occur as required as the population growth in Hamilton grows. Okay. So if you look at it, most of the widening for the road is done in the center median, okay? Except for when you start to, the escarpment, mountain cuts, those structures are built to their ultimate width. So that way, if and when the road is widened, you wouldn't have to adjust that escarpment cut, but to the north, you would widen a little bit to the outside because you see there's an existing concrete barrier in the center. Once you're past that point, the widening would then transition back into the center median and you run a high wall concrete barrier through there.
Okay, so notwithstanding that only 4 lanes were constructed, the design actually accommodates a full 6 for some later time when that will be appropriate to build to.
Correct. All the stormwater management ponds were constructed to the 6-lane road so that they wouldn't have to be adjusted in the future.
Got it. Okay, I want to go back to a comment that you made first thing in this morning and ask you to elaborate a little bit about it. You talked about early challenges in the design of the Red Hill Valley Parkway, talked about protest injunctions, the importance of environmental issues, and the Red Hill Creek watercourse. It will be helpful to understand how some of these issues were reflected in the design of the alignment. And so, for example, it would be my understanding that the roadway follows really the curvature of the Creek Valley. Is that the case?
More or less, yes.
Okay. And because of the many constraints, there's quite a confined right-of-way for the construction?
Correct. It's within the valley. It's definitely confined to within the valley.
Okay, and Registrar, can we please pull up overview document 3.1, image 10? Okay, and this is sort of a compilation drawing of Part A, which is the Stantec section. Can you see that, sir?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and so this begins, and maybe I can ask you to help. As I understand it, it begins to the left side of the drawing with the beginning at the southern end of the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and what you see, the interchanges at the top, that's the Mud Hill Creek interchanges?
That's the Mud Street interchange, yes.
Sorry, Mud Street, forgive me.
Yeah, Mud Street, and at that time, we were only opening the road to Stone Church Road.
Okay. And when I talk about the confined right-of-way and look at some of these ramps, they're very tight. And does that reflect the fact that you're trying to design the entire, the alignment and the ramps within this confined space you have available to build?
Well, once they came up sort of with the preliminary design, I can't remember if the property was acquired prior to, when there was a functional one before the preliminary design was completed. So up through this portion, the original design of the north-south actually straddled either side of the hydro corridor. So there was no relocations of hydro towers, which was resulting in 2 cuts. So this new design, we relocated a hydro tower and made 1 cut, stepped it so that it was easier for maintenance, also provided opportunity to plant habitat along there. So yes, but it's within this area, there's a little bit more room, if you want to say, but as you proceed northerly, because at this point you're still up on the escarpment. Once you get to where it says radius equals 700, you're getting on to the what everyone calls the escarpment viaduct, which is basically a structure, lots of important habitat underneath. And again, because the original one was cut and fill through here. So when they went back and reassessed the design of the road, they were looking at a lot of things, right?
Okay, let's go to the Philip section, which I think was what you're talking about, and that is image 13, Registrar. And if you could please enlarge that. Okay, Mr. Odie, and does this reflect where the geometry gets a little bit more constrained as you've got a lot of going on around there?
Correct. What happens is, you're correct. If you're driving on the link, it's designed to 100 kilometers, posted at 90, but the geometrics are a lot more forgiving. because it's a very straight road. You hit the first curve as you're heading north, so hopefully drivers are paying attention. When you get to this section and beyond the Green Hill Avenue interchange, you're now into the radiuses that are approaching your design speed, right? Other just, there is other improvements, but I think you're concentrating more on the geometric, so I won't elaborate on the improvements or the changes to the Green Hill interchange. And there was changes to the Queenston interchange and some minor changes to the Barton Street interchange.
Okay, but let's go exactly to that geometry that you mentioned. So as you come down off the escarpment, you've then come into this area where past Green Hill, where you've got a radius turn of 420 meters.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got if you're going northbound towards the lake, you've got then a left turn 450, I think it is. Yeah. And then
correct.
690 and then 525. So you've got a series of turns that are quite tight in the radius.
But again, correct, but they are within, I think the minimum radius was 420 for a 100-kilometer design speed.
Right. So at the time that this was designed.
Well, this is a modification because, again, if you look at the original alignment, south of this area, we were on either side of the existing hydro towers. The old Mount Albion Road alignment was kind of an escape crash lane that was going to be used. With the new alignment, it was relocated further west. Mount Albion Road was left in as a pedestrian trail connection to connect to the top. Green Hill Avenue was what we would describe in the industry as a trumpet interchange, which is a great big curve. It looks like a trumpet. That's why it's given the name. Which great for moving traffic, very similar to what the Dartnell Road interchange is, but it was taking up a lot more of the natural environment. So through the IADP process, Green Hill was shrunken to this interchange, which had less impact. It's a diamond interchange is what it's referred to. Right. The King Street interchange, I don't believe there was any changes to it. Unless I know one of the things we looked at was to help pedestrians, because if you look at when I look at King Street and I look at Barton Street, those are called partial clovers, right? So because the loops look like 4-leaf clovers, if you had ramps within every quadrant, it would be a Parklow A4. Or a B4, and all that means is that these are Parklow A2s. Maybe it's A4. Maybe I'm getting confused. But basically, it means the exit. When you say A in the design, it means you are exiting in advance. If it's a B, you're going beyond the overhead structure and then exiting beyond the road.
Got it. Okay, so we'll talk about the interchanges, but just in terms of the main line and the radius.
You're at the 420 is the minimum, so that's under the TH&B structure, and then you're at the 450 through King Street. You're at it gets better as you proceed northerly, but through that lower portion in the valley, and that's because you're absolutely correct. You're restrained, and anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Roberts, I just want to make sure I understand. So when you say you're at the maximum at 420, what you're saying is the design speed for a radius of 420 meters is 100 kilometers per hour. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it's as tight as it can get.
Correct.
If I'm being colloquial.
Correct. Correct. Yeah, that's the correct. It's the minimum radius you can do at that design speed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And I want to go, please, Registrar, if we could please turn up Dufferin. Sorry. It's Dufferin 2534. image 2. So these are the Stantec drawings. So we've gone back to the part A. And this is a Mud Street interchange. Do I have that right? The alignment around the Mud Street interchange?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And Registrar, can you please pull up the chart that's the second one in from the left, the longer one? Yes, please. Thank you. See if you can read it. So as I understand this, Mr. Odie, and if you can please confirm that this shows the radius of the turns. So this is the design. This is the design that shows the contractors what the radius for that turn and the spirals have to be.
You're correct. Yeah, this is the horizontal alignment, so they can lay it out and build it. And those numbers, that 420 minimum, that's for the main line highway, not for the ramps.
No, I get that, but that's in the Phillips section. Right now, we're looking at the Stantec section.
Correct.
Okay. And then if we can,
Yeah, you can see they show the 700 radius, which is consistent with what you showed before.
right. So that main line at that Mud Street interchange, the turn is a 700 meter radius.
Correct.
Okay.
If I could just highlight one thing. I was originally under the impression that this was the document that Commission Council provided notice of, but I'm not sure that this document was, there was notice given for this particular document.
It's in the overview document 3.1.
Sure, but not a document identified specifically previously outside of that, correct? Perhaps I have the rules maybe a bit off, but Commission Council is on screen and can clarify.
So if I understand it correctly, this is the question about whether notice was given about the witness, to the witness, that this was going to be a document that was put to him.
Correct.
So I can say that Commission Council did provide notice that that the overview document and then as a whole, overview document 3.1 and then a list of some of the underlying documents would be put to him.
Okay, so just to clarify, Commission Council, would that include every document then in 3.1, or is it the separate list that was provided?
Yeah, this document was not on our specific list of documents that we provided.
Oh yeah, that was what I wanted to clarify. And so this witness has not seen this document. It was not provided notice that this document would be put to.
I see. Okay, so that is my misunderstanding of the scope of the extent to which we can rely on documents in the overview documents within the overview document. I will specifically refer in future, Commissioner. So I take it, Mr. Chen, that the issue then is that you don't believe that Mr. Odie is prepared to answer questions on the basis of this document?
That's correct. He hasn't had the opportunity to review it. I don't know how many pages it is, and it's obviously a technical drawing.
Yep, that's fine. Okay, then that's fine. Let's can we please go back to the overview document 3.1? I want to go to image 13 again, please. Can you please blow up the or enlarge the Part B drawing. Okay, this is what we were looking at before. Okay, so one of the things there's been really fairly extensive evidence on, Mr. Rhodey, is the extent to which in the paving process that Hamilton required that the different elements for the paving were verified through testing. And I take it, sir, that the same was true for the geometry. In other words, at the end of construction, you would have ensured that surveyors surveyed the elevations and the super elevations. Is that the case?
No, we didn't do like a scan or a survey of the road, but all the off ramps were ball banked, which is a test. You put a device on your car and you drive it, and it basically confirms that the posted speeds are accurate. I don't think we did ball bank for the main line curves, but I know we did that when we resurfaced the road in 2019.
Okay.
So again, they're just showing that yes, everything, the posted speeds are accurate for the ramps in the main.
So let me just understand this. So at the conclusion of the paving, you did not have surveyors confirm that the elevations that were in the drawings were actually met by the construction. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, I mean, there would have been checks during the design to make sure you have your clearances under your bridges, and you're meeting elevations of existing roads at the top. So it's, I'm not aware of anyone who would go out and go do a detailed survey of the road.
How did you confirm that what was designed was constructed?
I believe they, as I told before, we had grading templates. So you have grading templates. Now, as they're building those sections, they are doing checks to confirm that those grades were all built. But I don't believe we did a survey to check. The asphalt depths would have been checked as they were placing it, but then I don't believe there was a survey of the final road product to make sure that everything was built exactly to the millimeter. How many decimals would we like to go to for the road? So I don't believe that was done. But as they were building the subgrade and placing granulars, there would have been checks by the consultant staff to make sure that, yep, it's good. Yep, you're right there. It's confirming, quantities and things like that, because it's all based on the elevations, right?
Well, exactly it is. And if the design drawings show precisely what the elevations are supposed to be.
Correct. So there are checks, but my answer was that I don't believe we did a formal survey top to bottom before the road opened of the actual elevations. Again, they were spot checking, but so there wasn't one complete survey of the entire thing post, like run a surveyor through.
And what about the super elevations? Is it Hamilton's practice to ensure that the super elevations as designed are actually constructed?
No, again, except through the ball bank testing that we did. And when I know the ramps were done in 2007, when we resurfaced the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2019, we did the ramps as well as the main line ball banking. And because basically when we resurfaced it, you take out and you put back in the same super elevation. And it's kind of, if you're checking your elevations when you're building it, you get the super elevation. It's sort of, I guess to us, it's intuitive as you see it, and as you're driving it, where the super elevation should be and those things. So,
but how do you know unless you verify?
I don't recall any specific test on, but again, as the consultants are out there, they would be checking the elevations to make sure that, okay, it's built right. And then, and again, you can see it. If the super is off, you'd see it. If something's too high, doesn't look right, you would, but those things would have been addressed while the granular was there. Then you place the asphalt, and as each layer is going in, you can see it build up. So,
right. So just to sort of complete that thought, the super elevations for the roads are actually determined through the construction of the granular, and assuming that the
super elevations are determined through the placement of the asphalt.
So, but they aren't. My understanding is, and I defer, sir, my understanding is that the elevations and ultimately the super elevation for a road is determined by the granular, and then the asphalt is just the layers on top, and you have those specified layers.
If you look, we don't have a standard typical section because of the geometry of the roads. So if you look through the contract drawings, it shows you the geometry and the cross section of the station in different areas. It'll tell you from here to here, this is how it is, here's the super. So your comment is correct that yes, if the granular would be placed, and depending the subgrade, you might not place it all on the same super, you might be draining it differently, but once the granular is placed, the asphalt is following it. You're correct.
Thank you. And the Phillips section has been a bit of a challenge for us because, as you can see here, we've got super elevations for left turns, but not for right. And
again, I'd have to look at all the sections, all the layout information. So to the best of my knowledge, that was all laid out in the contracts, plus they provided grading templates to the successful bidder, something that was generated through using the MTO software for it.
So that might be the missing documents then for us, because we don't have the grading templates, or at least I don't think I've ever seen them.
No, and they're probably non-existent at this point.
Okay, and I just want to go through, you said earlier that if there are changes during the construction that they'd need to be recorded on as constructed drawings. Do you recall saying that?
That would be a good practice, yes.
And if everything's built in accordance with the drawings, that you don't need to prepare as constructed drawings. I think you said that earlier.
Yes, and to the best of my recollection, except I know the guide rail, we added guide rail, but that was documented in an email, so we always had that. Plus, for future, that could be picked up and surveyed quite easily if you were, once you get to the point of totally reconstructing, and that's why the city says, well, I'm resurfacing, and when I go out. So I don't need to go out and survey the road once I build it. When I need to reconstruct it, I'm going to go survey it. So that's why that's sort of our reason for not doing the as-builts for, resurfacing, or if it's just road construction. If you're aware of a change, that would be good process to document it.
Okay, but here, if there's not a complete depiction in the Phillips drawings of the geometry of the turns and the super elevations, you've got no template for
but you're only bringing up, this is the removal layout drawing, and someone has dropped in these radiuses. Those radius boxes that are shown there and all those names in red were added after the fact.
Oh yes, this is a compilation drawing that we've taken,
right,
that's been taken from Phillips. And my point, sir, is that there is no depiction for super elevations where it said, as I said, on these two turns.
It would be shown in the typical sections within the contract drawing. So you give them the alignment data, and then it would be shown on the typical sections within this portion of the contract.
Mr. Chen, the witness appears to be fluent with the contract drawings. Can we please go to that cross section for Phillips? Commissioner, I think the witness is familiar with these drawings. I can't see why we wouldn't look at them and establish whether the super elevations are shown or not.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't get Mr. Chen's reaction.
No, I was about to say that we still have concerns, but we are fine for this particular portion.
Thank you.
So which is the one? 71. So could we please go to Dufferin 2534? 2534. Oh, sorry, I need 2535. 2535. Forgive me. And image 71, please. So image 71 shows the super elevation. If you can please, there's a tangent section at the top, but the bottom is the super elevation.
Right.
And is it possible, Registrar, to make that a little larger for all of our old and tired eyes? Thank you. Okay. And as I understand this drawing, this is a left turn super elevation. Is that what that appears to be for you?
Yeah, given where this is and the way the stations are laid out, they go from south to north. So if you're driving northbound, you're turning to the left. If you're driving southbound, you're turning to the right.
Right. Okay. And as I read the drawing, that it establishes a maximum super elevation of 6%.
Correct. That's a standard. Yes.
Okay, and that would be appropriate for a tight radius turn, correct?
I believe so, but I would have to check, that geometric design manual. So, I believe that's correct.
Okay, and if can you please, Richard, can you please turn to the next image, 72? Right, so these are different cross sections for ramps and such. So as I read these drawings, the only cross section for super elevation is the one on 71. Registrar, if you could please go back, which is that one turn, one way.
Right. No, if you go to the next drawing, please.
So 72.
Yeah, I was going to say drawing 128. If you see the ramp, if you look at the one to the top left where it says typical section 2-lane ramp.
Yep.
If you zoom in, I'm pretty sure that just says, does that say S%? That means super. Okay. So then you refer to the table that's up on the right-hand side at the top. That tells you the super. So the information's there. Say it says C table. S% C table. Table's at the top right of the document.
So let's go to top right.
That's the super elevation table, right?
Okay, these are for the ramps?
Correct. That would be for the section shown on this page, yes. And then those distances, okay, are the distances off from where everything's measured. So it's telling you, here's the super as you go one way, here's the super as you go the other way.
So this is can I describe that as transitioning a super elevation from one turn to another?
No, because this is on the ramp, right?
Right.
So I guess technically you could say that you're negotiate. You always have to, you pull off, negotiate an off ramp. So yes, you are. So I guess technically you're correct.
Okay, and if I may go back to my point, we've got super elevations here for ramps, single lane ramp,
yep,
2-lane ramp, Mount Albion Road, Green Hill Avenue. This is not a super elevation for a right turn on the main line.
Not 100% sure what you mean by that, because this is your typical section telling you the information, and then the grading templates would give you the details to build that ramp.
Okay, but the ramps, we were talking about the main line. Can we please go back to?
So you mentioned the ramps here when we were talking. You said there's nothing for the ramps, so sorry. And if you go back to that other drawing, I thought there was a super elevation table.
There is.
For the main line.
There is. Let's go back to 71. There, that's the table.
Correct.
It's specifically depicted on the bottom for that left turn. And you're saying the way you know to do a right turn is by applying the table. Is that what you're saying?
No, sorry. Can you shrink that back? This would apply to wherever it says on the drawing, C table, right? So I don't know if it says that anywhere here, but that would be the super elevation table that's going up to the maximum 6%. So it's right. So it's giving you that information to build that. Here's the S percentage or 6% max.
So even though the right turn is not specifically depicted by Stantec as they had the left, your evidence is that you're to refer to the super elevation table. Do I have it right?
Yeah, because when we're on a tangent section, right?
No, we're talking about supers.
No, I know what I'm saying. When you like our standard, the standard for when you're building a road is that you would have and see Phillips only showed one side of the road. Some of the consultants were showing both sides of the roads. Basically, that we have 2% crossfall for drainage. And this one, because you're through a curve, you have to super elevate it. So again, your question was what, the right turn?
Yeah.
When you say right turn, are you talking
going northbound?
Are you talking the exit to the off ramp, or are you
No,
talking?
no, main line, sir, main line.
Okay, so there's no. I guess that's where I'm getting confused, because there's no. You shouldn't be turning on a highway. You drive into a curve, right? So the curve.
These are turns on the line. These are turns on the main line.
So as you're negotiating the curve, it's super elevated, and then the data is up there for the super elevation table. It gives you S percentage, which is the super elevation table, or 6% max. And I believe that meets that standard at that time.
Okay, and just to go back to the point I made, so you've got a specific depiction here in the Stantec drawing for a super elevation for the a left leaning curve, and there isn't one for a right, but you're saying you have to refer to the table. Is
this a Stantec drawing? I can't see the bottom there.
Sorry, Phillips, forgive me, Phillips drawing.
Okay, yeah. So again, sorry, you're saying there's no so again, like it's the same. I guess they're basically, when you lay out drawings, you lay it out, according to your stations and the information. Like I said, as you're driving to the north, you're turning left is what you would call it. If I'm driving southbound, I'm turning right. So the information for the right turn, or I would just call it negotiating that curves. It's the same table that you're using to do that, to get that information.
Okay, so you'll agree with me, although it's not specifically depicted, it's the guidance for it is the table on the top. That's what you're saying.
So no, but it is depicted. It's right there in black and white.
So you just have to turn it the other way.
You just have to read and understand the drawings. Right? Do you know what I mean? Sorry.
No, I do. I mean, if your council had gone to it in the Stantec drawings, they've set up both sides.
If Dufferin couldn't read these drawings, they shouldn't be in business. But anyway, that's just another comment.
Okay, and so how is it that and let's go back to 3.1, image 13. Absent a specific depiction, how is it that Hamilton knows what the super elevations are for the Phillips section of the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Sorry, who prepared this drawing?
Well, it's compilation of the drawings that from Phillips that Golder and Commission Council put together from what was there.
Sorry, who prepared it?
So
because
this
I think your question is whoever prepared this drawing didn't read all the details. or they maybe only read the horizontal alignment and put it in and didn't go read the cross sections to get the super elevation. Otherwise, the data is available, but whoever prepared this didn't put it in there. This wasn't, I don't believe this was prepared by the city of Hamilton, but I could be mistaken, because this drawing is, I've seen the base drawing before, and I've seen the contract drawings, quite a bit. But this drawing you're showing me here with the labels, this is really, I believe it's the first time I'm seeing it.
Okay. So let me ask you the question a different way. How is it that the city of Hamilton knows what the super elevations are in the Phillips section, the middle section of the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Again, you'd have to ask whoever prepared this where they.
I'm not
Hang
talking.
on.
I didn't prepare the drawing.
No, Mr. Audi, just hang on for a second.
It's an open question, sir.
Would it not be useful if we simply took this drawing off the page?
Sure.
Off the screen? It seems to be distracting.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Audi, I'm simply going to ask you to erase from your memory that previous document.
Well, that's easy. As I get older, it becomes really easier. So no problem. Thank you, Commissioner.
That's certainly helpful at the end of a long day. And I'm going to then ask Ms. Roberts to put the question that she wants to put to you again.
Question is, how is it that Hamilton knows what the super elevations are for the middle section that was designed by Phillips on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I guess I'm struggling when you say the city of Hamilton. Do you, I guess depending who at the city, if they know how to read drawings, would have put, the pertinent information there. So I don't know who prepared those drawings, so it's hard for me to answer that.
I've asked you to forget that drawing.
Oh, sorry. No, correct.
If you were simply
sorry, can you repeat the question? Sorry, repeat the question.
I think if I may interject for just a second. If you were asked today to come up with the super elevations for that section of the highway, could you do it? And if so, how? Would that be a correct way of putting your question, Ms. Roberts?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, okay. Based on that, I would say you can come up with it by looking at the horizontal alignment drawings, as well as your typical cross sections. Then you can come up with all the data that's required to show that information.
So you have to interpret it from the existing drawings. You do not have a drawing that actually shows you what the super elevations are and at the specific curve locations.
No, do I have a typical drawing of each meter of the road? No. Like even your grading templates are done. I can't remember the distance between them, but they're not done every meter on the road.
But you don't even have those anymore.
But they were given to the contractor when the road was being built.
Question is, what do you know now of the super elevations on the Phillips section?
I could tell you, I could provide the information if you ask myself based on the contract drawings.
You do not have as constructed drawings verifying what the super elevations actually are, do you, sir?
No, we don't.
Thank you, Mr. Odie. Commissioner, those are my questions.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner.
Go ahead, Mr. Lewis.
Thanks. It is almost 4:30. The estimates from other council were from Ms. McIver for the MTO approximately 30 minutes, from Ms. Lorion for Dufferin around 10 minutes, and from Mr. Chen approximately 10 to 15 minutes. So, in total, that would probably, unless there's some attrition to that.
Okay, well, it's 4:30 now. I'm going to suggest that we adjourn and start again tomorrow. Ask Mr. Odie if you don't mind to return at 9:30 tomorrow morning. It sounds like we will need you for no more than an hour.
Oh, yeah, and if I stop talking so much, we might even get out quicker. I'll see you tomorrow morning, everyone.
We'll verify that, Mr. Odie. So with that, unless there's anything further we have to address this evening, Mr. Lewis, and I think the answer is no.
No.
From your response, then we'll stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If we could go registrar for just all council for a few minutes, just so we can work on our timing for tomorrow. Thank you.